Chapter 7:15. It was nighttime. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on the bed within a certain somewhat remote inn in Xian City. Following the rotation of his thoughts, threads of mixed energy would appear from the surrounding empty space. They would follow Xiao Yan's breathing and enter his body. Xiao Yan's eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged in a certain remote inn within Xian City. During the day, Xiao Yan had learned about the strength of the Lin family as well as Su Yao's background during the conversation with Zhuang Zhong. Xiao Yan adopted the attitude of not offending anyone who did not offend him. What happened during the day could only be considered as Lin Ran asking for it. If it was possible, Xiao Yan did not want to cause too much trouble. As for Su Yao, Xiao Yan had never placed her in his eyes since the beginning. At the end of the day, she was just an unruly girl. Forget about the fact that her grandfather was Su Songming. Even if it was another person, Xiao Yan would not be afraid of him. However, what made Xiao Yan feel most regretful was that he did not obtain much valuable information regarding the fire plume flower. Just like what Zhuang Zhong had said, what he knew was also what everyone in Xian City knew. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Xiao Yan had also inquired around the city. However, the information that he finally obtained was not much different from what Zhuang Zhong had said. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only return to the inn. Since he had nowhere to go, he might as well train in peace. Currently, there was only one day left before the auction began. Rather than wasting unnecessary time, Xiao Yan decided to have a good rest and get rid of the fatigue from the past half a month of hard traveling in order to prepare for the upcoming auction. The two large clans would send people to participate in the auction this time around. As a precaution, Xiao Yan had no choice but to be extra careful. Even with the help of the Force Elephant's skill, it did not mean that Xiao Yan could really fight against a Do Di. Moreover, Xian City was the territory of the two large clans. If something were to happen, the speed at which the other party mobilized the strong people would be much faster than him defeating them. Therefore, Xiao Yan had no choice but to constantly be in peak condition. While Xiao Yan was peacefully training, at this moment, in a vast courtyard in the city, a number of figures were sitting in a large hall. Among them, there were 3 men and 1 woman. The one sitting in the leader's seat was a middle-aged man. The other 3 were seated separately. The atmosphere in the hall was a little solemn. Lin Ran, before this old man left, I handed Yao Yao to you and told you to protect her well. At that time, you righteously replied that you would not let her suffer the slightest bit of harm. But look now, my granddaughter has actually been ruthlessly slapped by someone. Is this the promise you made to this old man? Humph. In the large hall, an old man in a brocade robe with an old face and white hair was gloomily staring at Lin Ran, who was sitting across from him. His pair of shady old eyes had a stern expression. At the same time that he spat out those words, he tightly held a walking stick in his hand and heavily slammed it on the ground in front of his feet. Immediately, a powerful force spread out. The ground in front of the old man's feet immediately shattered. Numerous spiderweb-like cracks swiftly spread out. As the old man's words fell, a pretty young lady wrapped in a red dress beside the old man suddenly lay on the square table at the side and began to cry loudly. The appearance of this scene caused the old man's expression to become even more gloomy. The fury in his shady old eyes that were staring at Lin Ran became even more intense. Hearing the old man's furious rebuke, Lin Ran's face also turned green. He violently clenched his teeth and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Master, today's matter is indeed my fault. It's all that stinking brat's fault. His strength is above mine and I'm not his match at all. Humph, you're not his match. Don't tell me that Lin Quan isn't his match either. In this old man's opinion, you simply wanted to see my Yao Yao suffer. Master, it's not what you think. It's enough. You don't have to explain too much about this matter. This old man will handle it myself. Also, from now on, you don't have to call me master. After an angry rebuke, the old man did not wait for Lin Ran's words to finish before interrupting him. His nose let out a heavy cold snort, and the expression on his old face became indifferent. His figure stood up from the chair, lifted the walking stick in his hand, and was about to walk out of the hall. Seeing this scene, the faces of Lin Ran and the middle-aged man who had been sitting on the main seat changed. The two of them hurriedly looked at each other. Immediately after, just as the old man was about to step out of the hall with the young lady in red dress, Lin Ran suddenly shouted loudly, "Brother Lin Ran, Master, it's not that I don't want to take action, but that fellow is also a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, he seems to be a member of the Alchemist Alliance." Just as Lin Ran's words sounded out, the old man's foot, which was about to step out of the hall, paused in midair. After which, he withdrew his foot. At the same time, the old man's body suddenly turned. His pair of shady old eyes were sharp and his gaze instantly landed on Lin Ran's body. "What did you say?" The old man's tone was low and deep. At the same time that the anger in his heart rose, a serious feeling also rose spontaneously. "That brat doesn't look very old, but the spiritual strength that he possesses is not something that I can compare to. That kind of powerful spiritual strength, disciple has only felt it on Master's body, so disciple can be sure that that guy is definitely a rank 3 alchemist. But on what basis do you say that he is a member of the Alchemist Alliance?" The old man's tone was fierce. It was fine if it was just an unorthodox person, but if the other party was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, under the same roof, it would be much more troublesome to take action against him. "Master, you should understand that he is so young and is also a rank 3 alchemist. I really can't think of any other faction besides the Alchemist Alliance that can groom him. Humph. Even if he is a member of my Alchemist Alliance, my granddaughter, Su Songming, is not someone that he can bully." Hearing Lin Ran's words, Su Songming mused for a moment. A moment later, he coldly snorted, and the walking stick in his hand once again heavily slammed on the ground. A pair of shady old eyes stared at the empty space in front of him, and the majestic aura in his body also began to surge. When all of this fell into Lin Ran's eyes, the latter only laughed coldly in his heart. "Lin Ran, you should know where that fellow is, right? Oh. Does Grandmaster plan to go and find that person now?" Just as Su Songming's words sounded, the middle-aged man on the main seat suddenly opened his mouth. "Humph, clan head Lin, you didn't seem to be present at the time of this matter. Don't tell me that you know where the person who hurt my granddaughter is?" Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Songming did not show the slightest fear. He was merely a 1-star Do-D. With his current status, even if he randomly waved his hand, there would be elite Do-D working for him. Why would he be afraid of the person in front of him? Hearing Su Songming's words, the middle-aged man immediately became silent. The hand that was placed on the armrest swayed slightly, and his finger tapped rhythmically. A glint flashed deep within his eyes, but in the end, this middle-aged man did not say anything. "Master, Ran Air, there is no need to say anything. Let Grandmaster go. You are currently no longer Grandmaster's disciple. Why do you need to meddle in other people's business?" Just as Lin Ran could not help but open his mouth, the middle-aged man sitting on the main seat interrupted him. At the same time, a sharpness gradually surged into his eyes when he looked at Su Songming. "Lin Zheong. What did you say? Yao Yao is Lin Rance Jr. What do you mean meddling in other people's business?" The expression on Su Songming's old face was cold. The powerful aura in his body could not help but fluctuate. Threads of anger rose in his dark eyes. His precious granddaughter being bullied was something that he could not tolerate the most. Yet, this fellow in front of him actually dared to speak up and stop him. This caused him to be unable to control his emotions. Grandmaster's memory is really bad. Didn't you just say that Lin Ran is no longer your disciple from now on? Since that is the case, why should Lin Ran speak up for someone unrelated? Moreover, the consequence of doing so is very likely to attract a big shot from the Alchemist Alliance to my Lin family. I have no choice but to think for my Lin family. I am not like you, Grandmaster. As long as you leave with Su Yao, you can act as if nothing has happened. At that time, the one who will have to bear this pressure will be my Lin family." The corners of Lin Zhehong's mouth curled into a smile. He did not feel the slightest bit of seriousness from the aura that Su Songming emitted. In the end, Su Songming was only an 8-star half-martial emperor. In terms of strength, Lin Zheong completely suppressed Su Songming. If it wasn't for the fact that this old fellow was a member of the Alchemist Alliance and was currently a rank 3 alchemist, Lin Zheong would not waste his breath on him. You. Fine. I take back what I said earlier. However, Lin Ran, you must immediately tell me where the fellow who beat Yao Yao is right now. Hearing Lin Zhong's words, Su Songming's old face instantly turned ashen. Then, he saw Su Yao's beautiful face sobbing softly with a wronged expression. The mood in his heart became incomparably gloomy. He bitterly clenched his teeth, raised his head, looked at Lin Zheong, and said in a deep voice. Grandmaster, there's no need to be impatient. You've just arrived at Xian City today, so you should rest for a night first. Once your spirit has recovered, you can go look for that fellow. Not to mention, it's already late at night, and there are still many experts in the city. If you disturb them and cause trouble, it would be troublesome. Why don't I personally lead Grandmaster to that fellow's residence tomorrow? It wouldn't be too late to deal with him at that time. Before Lin Ran could speak, Lin Zheong took over and spoke immediately after. Hearing Lin Zhong's words, Su Songming couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he knew in his heart that since the person before him had already spoken like this, then Lin Zheong would absolutely not tell him the truth. Even though he was displeased in his heart, he could only nod helplessly. Seeing this scene, Lin Zheong chuckled and casually spoke a few more pleasantries. After that, he sent a servant to invite Su Songming and Su Songming to the guest room that had been prepared a long time ago. On the other hand, Lin Zheong and Su Songming still stood in the hall. Father, this old bastard, shut up. As a rank 3 alchemist, Grandmaster Su is not someone that a junior like you can insult. You really don't know what's good for you. In any case, he is still your master. How dare you speak in such a manner? As the young master of the Lin family, based on your character, how can I be at ease handing the Lin family to you in the future? Seeing that Su Songming and Su Songming had left, Lin Ran couldn't help but hurl insults at them. However, he was immediately reprimanded by Lin Zheong, causing the latter's face to turn green. His entire body curled up in his seat, and like a frightened leopard cat, he buried his head deep into his seat. Humph. Seeing that Lin Ran had shut up, Lin Zheong couldn't help but coldly snort. His gaze swept across the hall without batting an eyelid, and his entire person subsequently calmed down. At the same time, somewhere outside the hall, Su Songming, who was being led to the guest room by a servant of the Lin family, curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. Lin Zheong, at least you know your place. It's just a small Lin family, yet you actually want to establish a relationship with this old man. If not for the fire plume flower at this auction, this old man would really be too lazy to bother with this disciple. Lin Ran, humph, you merely have some talent. Without anyone to guide you, you will forever be stuck at the rank 1 alchemist level. After secretly sneering in his heart, Su Songming finally withdrew his thoughts. The walking stick in his hand waved in an orderly manner as he walked forward. Under the guidance of the servant in front of him, after passing through a few corridors, they saw that there were already people waiting for them. There were 2 separate rooms, and with one look, one could tell that they were prepared for the grandfather and granddaughter duo. At this moment, after crying for a long while, Su Yao had already restrained her emotions. However, her pair of bright eyes still flickered with a hidden bitterness. Today's events had dealt a huge blow to this little princess. Xiao Yan's appearance had mercilessly shattered the beautiful dream in her heart, and the truth was already placed in front of her. Only then did the young lady realize that the originally warm world in her eyes was actually so bone-chillingly cold. It could be said that Xiao Yan's appearance had not only dealt her a blow, but also awakened her. However, after being awakened, not only did the eyes of the young lady not reveal the gratitude that should have been present, instead, it was filled with a bitter and icy hatred, as if her dreams had been shattered. The next day, the dazzling sunlight seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul as it shone on this piece of land. The world that had been silent for an entire night had once again become noisy and bustling. The various forms of life were revolving and beginning again in a new day. It was like a new reincarnation, but also like a new beginning. Xian City. When this day arrived, the various experts in the city began to move. On the surface, the city appeared to be filled with a sea of people, but there was an undercurrent flowing in the dark. In the room, the instant Xiao Yan opened his eyes once again, the expression in his eyes became incomparably sharp. A gorgeous flame flickered in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, and his sharp gaze pierced through everything in front of him, directly locking onto the city outside. Above the empty space, several figures stood proudly. It was Su Songming and the rest. So they still came. Chapter 7:16. On the bed, Xiao Yan muttered in a low voice. Then, he stood up and walked out of the room. At this moment, several figures stood in the air outside the inn. When this group of people stood in the air outside the inn, they immediately attracted the attention of many people in the city. When they saw that these few people, who were rarely seen, had actually appeared together, a trace of suspicion appeared on the faces of the people in the city. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Moreover, they did not have a good impression of them in the hearts of the people in Xian City. Now that they had appeared together, it was likely that something bad was going to happen. Patriarch Lin, are you sure that that guy is here? In the air, Su Songming frowned as he asked Lin Zheong. It was hard to imagine that if the other party was really a member of the Alchemist Alliance, why would he stay in such a remote inn? This was a bit too illogical. Master, don't worry. Although I don't dare to say anything else, if it is placed in this Xian city, any movement will not be able to escape my Lin family's investigation. That guy is definitely staying here. Upon hearing Su Songming's words, Lin Zheong, who was on his right, immediately clasped his hands together towards Su Songming. At the same time, the words that came out of his mouth were extremely respectful. After yesterday's incident, it seemed that the Lin clan leader was even more respectful towards Su Songming. This scene caused Su Songming to secretly laugh in his heart. Creak, it's out. Following the creaking sound of the door being opened, a Lin family elder behind Lin Zheong couldn't help but remind him. Immediately after, the group of people quickly looked forward, and the people in the city below also looked towards the direction of the sound with suspicion. Humph, this old man wants to see who dares to hurt this old man's granddaughter. Su Songming let out a low snort. The hand that was holding the walking stick tightened slightly, and the blood on his fingertips quickly dissipated. A pair of sinister old eyes stared at the door that was about to open, and a ball of anger flickered in the depths of his eyes. Alchemist Guild. In the pavilion, Zhenzhong frowned as he stared at the group of people in the distant empty space. His heart involuntarily felt anxious for Xiao Yan. He did not expect that the elders of the two clans would actually appear because of two members of the younger generation. Wasn't this making a big fuss over nothing? Sigh, although this was the case, since the elders of these two clans had stepped forward, it was likely that today's matter would be a little difficult to settle. With his understanding of these two clans, it was likely that it would be very difficult for Xiao Yan to overturn this matter if he did not bleed. Immediately after, when the door was completely opened, a young man wearing a black robe slowly walked out from behind the door. Sunlight shone on the latter's fair face. Immediately, this face was clearly reflected in the eyes of the people in the city who were looking at the young man. Hua! Instantly, everyone present was in an uproar. They never would have thought that the person who made the Lin family head and Su Songming, a rank 3 alchemist, wait here would actually be such a young man with such a young appearance. It's actually him. Sigh, as expected, he still came looking for him. After offending the Lin family, this brat is in for a tragedy. Even though most of the people in the city were not familiar with this black-robed young man in front of them, a portion of the alchemists had personally witnessed the might of this black-robed young man in the Alchemist Association yesterday. In order to avoid trouble, they did not spread this matter everywhere. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they could not help but quickly tell the people around them about what had happened yesterday. In a short period of time, the people in the city below were in an uproar. Most of the people present knew that the Lin family was like a landlord in Xian City. almost no one was willing to have a conflict with them. But what was unexpected was that the young master of the Lin family was actually injured yesterday. If this matter was spread in Xian City, it was enough to shock everyone. Just as everyone in the city was discussing what had happened yesterday, Su Songming, who was originally angrily staring at the door, suddenly froze the moment he saw the black-robed young man. No matter what, he did not expect that he would actually meet him here. His gaze was firmly fixed on the black-robed young man in front of him. Su Songming's heart was incomparably solemn. The expression on his old face also rapidly changed. The hand that was tightly holding the walking stick unknowingly relaxed. How could it be? It's you again. It was only after a long time that Su Songming said this sentence with a trembling voice. At the same time, the wrinkled skin on the old man's face could not help but twitch violently. In his heart, an indescribable storm was surging. Master Su, how have you been? Standing in front of the door, Xiao Yan placed his hands behind his back. His face actually revealed a relaxed manner. The lineup in front of him might be considered luxurious in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was merely so. Although the other party had a do di, the current Xiao Yan was no longer the same as before. An ordinary do di would not be able to cause any harm to him. As for the rank 3 alchemist Su Songming in front of him, Xiao Yan was not afraid of him at all. Let's not talk about strength first. In terms of spiritual strength, after swallowing the spirit-gathering fruit, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already reached an extremely frightening level. Even if it could not compare with the spiritual strength of a rank 4 alchemist, it was still more than enough to compare with the top. It was likely that with the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, it was sufficient to be called a rank 3 middle-grade alchemist. This was something that Su Songming, who had just broken through to a rank 3 alchemist, could easily compare with. Why, does Master know him? Hearing the stiff conversation between the two, Lin Zheong could not help but frown slightly. From their words, he could tell that the relationship between the two of them was not friendly. However, he could also tell that Su Songming, who was beside him, was clearly very afraid of this black-robed young man. This fellow is the rank 3 alchemist that I met in Yen City previously. What, it's him? The old man suddenly shut his eyes tightly. His yellowed teeth were tightly shut. It was a long while later before the old man spoke in a heavy tone. As Su Songming's words fell, not only did Lin Zheong beside him, but even the latter's son Lin Ran and his granddaughter Suyao also revealed a shocked expression. Clearly, they had also heard about the incident that happened in Yen City previously. However, when they personally saw the black-robed young man who had defeated Su Songming, the shock in their hearts was even greater. They originally thought that the information they had regarding that incident would more or less be exaggerated. However, they did not expect that the rumored black-robed young man was actually so young. Woo, what should we do? Don't tell me that our granddaughter can only be bullied by him for nothing. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. When she saw the grave expression on her grandfather's face, Suyao's face was full of grievances as she once again began to cry. When he heard the sobbing of the young lady beside him, Su Songming could not help but furrow his eyebrows tightly. While the expression on his old face became increasingly gloomy, the fury in his heart once again climbed up. When he saw this scene, Lin Zheong secretly furrowed his eyebrows. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him would actually cause the usually arrogant Su Songming to be so fearful. Where exactly did this person come from? My good granddaughter, don't worry. As long as grandfather is here, no one will be able to bully you. After a few breaths, Su Songming finally raised his head once again. His shriveled hand gently pressed on the shoulder of the crying young lady beside him, comforting her. Soon after, his gaze turned. His pair of sinister eyes contained a ruthless expression as he looked towards Xiao Yan, who was on the opposite pavilion. Brat, today, we will settle our old and new debts together. The humiliation you brought upon this old man in Yen City previously, and the matter of you bullying this old man's granddaughter yesterday. Today, this old man will settle these two debts together. The instant Su Songming's cold cry was emitted from his mouth, his skinny body violently shook in the air. A thought passed through his mind, and the frightening aura and pressure that belonged to an 8-star half-martial emperor violently pounced towards Xiao Yan on the other side like an invisible giant beast. Humph. However, in response to this, Xiao Yan merely let out an indifferent and disdainful snort. Immediately, a boundless spiritual pressure instantly swept out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, easily breaking the incoming aura of the old man in an instant. What? This is spiritual strength. What a powerful spiritual strength. This fellow is actually also a rank 3 alchemist. Immediately, everyone's faces, regardless of whether they were in the city or in the sky, revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was unexpected that this seemingly young black-robed young man would actually possess such a frightening spiritual strength. Humph, the expression on Su Songming's old face involuntarily changed after his aura was broken. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, Su Songming also unleashed his own spiritual strength without showing any weakness. In the blink of an eye, the enormous sky above Xian City was covered by 2 powerful spiritual strengths. The 2 invisible spiritual strengths were like 2 magical beasts standing between the sky and the earth. Everyone in the city could sense the frightening pressure descending from above their heads. Other than shock, everyone's faces were pale. Under this kind of powerful spiritual strength, no one other than an elite Do-Di could withstand it. Humph. Brat, the current situation is different from the past. The old me is also a rank 3 alchemist. Adding these people beside the old me, you are no match for the old me. Su Songming's expression was cold. The spiritual strength that he had unleashed became increasingly powerful while the words were spat out from his mouth. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan was similarly unwilling to be outdone. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart at the same time that Su Songming's spiritual strength was strengthened. Another wave of surging spiritual strength surged out and blocked the spiritual strength that was heading toward him. The 2 of them had always been in a state of equilibrium. The stronger Su Songming was, the stronger Xiao Yan was. In short, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength would always be on par with Su Songming's. Regardless of how Su Songming maneuvered his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan remained calm from the beginning until the end. The expression on his face did not change even a little. On the other hand, Su Songming's spiritual strength was repeatedly exhausted, causing the expression on his face to gradually become pale. Threads of perspiration also began to seep out from his wrinkled forehead. How is this possible? Su Songming's heart involuntarily sunk when he saw that Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all. He had clearly unleashed quite a bit of his spiritual strength. However, why was it that Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all? How was this possible? Although you and I are both rank 3 alchemists, it is a pity that my spiritual strength is even more powerful than you expect. When he saw the shocked expression on Su Songming's old face, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. Soon after, the expression in his eyes suddenly became stern. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind. A wave of spiritual strength that was even more powerful than the latter swept out from Xiao Yan's body like a tsunami. It formed an invisible storm that carried an aura that could cover the sky and the earth. It easily suppressed the spiritual strength that Su Songming had unleashed. Not only that, the remaining strength also pressed toward Su Songming. Humph, this is my Xian city. Aren't you looking down on my Lin clan by acting like this? Just as Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was about to land on Su Songming's body, the human figure beside him suddenly moved. His feet swiftly took a step to the side and blocked Su Songming behind him. At the same time, a powerful aura also swept out from the latter's body and blocked the spiritual strength that was coming toward him. Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked over. The person who was blocking in front of Su Songming was the head of the Lin clan, Lin Zheong. Xiao Yan had already thoroughly investigated some information regarding the members of the Lin clan in the city yesterday. They were indeed worthy of being the largest clan in Xian City. It was really easy and convenient to investigate. Any random passerby would be able to obtain information regarding them. Among them, the person that Xiao Yan paid the most attention to was naturally the strongest person in the Lin clan, the head of the Lin clan, who was a one-star Do Di, Lin Zheong. Xiao Yan's expression remained calm when he sensed the overbearing aura that was emitted from the latter's body. He withdrew the spiritual strength that he had released. Only then did Xiao Yan cup his hands together toward Lin Zheong and say, "This is the first time that I have come to your precious land and do not wish to stir up trouble. Yesterday, the younger generation of both clans were being unreasonable and I have already tolerated it. I hope that you can give both of our clans an explanation for yesterday's matter." Without waiting for Xiao Yan to finish speaking, Lin Zheong's expression was stern as he stared at the former. The words that came out of his mouth sounded quite overbearing. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. The two clans in front of him were really jackals of the same tribe. No wonder they could walk together. "May I know what kind of explanation the head of the Lin clan wants?" Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed. His voice was still calm as he said, "Since you do not wish to stir up trouble and I also do not wish to fight with you, I will not make things difficult for you. As long as you can bow and apologize to the two of them, I will help you get over this matter. Otherwise what?" Seemingly wanting to repay Lin Zheong for interrupting him, Xiao Yan also interrupted the latter's unfinished words. "Otherwise, I can only personally take action and make you apologize." Lin Zheong's expression turned cold. His body, which was standing in the air, suddenly shook. A wave of powerful Do Qi pressure once again swept across the sky. Chapter 717. The sun shone brightly in the distant sky. Today was the day that the auction in Xian City officially opened. The liveliness and prosperity in the city naturally could not be compared to the past. The sun had only just peeked over the horizon, but the atmosphere in the entire Xian City had already been swiftly ignited as if it was on fire. The entire city was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless experts had gathered here, their eyes filled with anticipation as they waited for the auction to begin. The Lin family mansion. High up in the sky, Lin Zheong and his son, Lin Ran, stood upright and unafraid. Their faces were as warm as the spring breeze, as if they had already forgotten what had happened yesterday. Just as the two of them were in the air, two figures suddenly rose into the air from the large manor below. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared beside the Lin father and son. "Clan leader Lin has woken up early. You actually did not inform me and my grandson." Ha 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 ha. The two people who had come up were Su Songming and Su Yao, the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Just like the former, the two of them had also withdrawn their gloomy expressions from the previous day, as though nothing had happened. Before the two of them even came close, Su Songming had already laughed out loud and joked with Lin Zheong. Grandmaster has misunderstood. The two of us just did not want to disturb Grandmaster's rest. Moreover, we have woken up so early because we are waiting for someone." A glint flashed across Lin Zheong's eyes. His eyes stared at Su Songming in front of him as he spoke meaningfully. Hearing this, a glint flashed across Su Songming's sinister old eyes. He rolled his eyes and asked despite knowing the answer. "May I know who clan leader Lin is waiting for?" "Haha, yes, oh, they're here." Lin Zheong forced a smile. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, two figures covered in white robes suddenly appeared in the sight of the father and son duo. Immediately, Lin Zheong's mouth turned into a soft laugh. At the same time, Su Songming and Su Yao by the side also subconsciously looked over. "Clan leader Bai, I have been waiting here for a long time." Before Su Songming could recover, Lin Zheong had already cupped his hands together and laughed loudly as he spoke to the two white-robed figures. Soon after, Su Songming and his grandson finally saw the two people. The expression in the old man's eyes immediately hardened. These people were members of the Bai clan, one of the four great clans. One was a middle-aged man while the other was a young man. The middle-aged man was the current clan leader of the Bai clan, Bai Ying. Beside him was Bai Ying's son, Bai Zhan. Seeing Lin Zheong's gaze shoot over, Bai Ying smiled slightly. Disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. Even though the Lin clan had done a lot for the Bai and Hua clans over the years, how could the Bai and Hua clans not know their thoughts? Although they were polite on the surface, they were secretly afraid of each other. Of course, the Lin clan was naturally more afraid of the two great clans. After all, with the strength of the Lin clan, there was only one Dodi, Lin Zheong, in the entire clan. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Zheong and his son had already flown forward. They once again cupped their hands respectfully to Bai Ying and his son. Regardless of their secret relationship, half of the control of Xian City was currently in the hands of the Bai clan. Without sufficient strength, the Lin clan would ultimately be inferior to the Bai clan. Clan leader Lin, it has been a few years since we last met. Your strength has become much stronger. Bai Ying casually cupped his hands together. His gaze met Bai Zhan's for a moment before he laughed. You flatter me. It is only a small improvement. How can it be compared to clan leader Bai's strength? The current me is likely unable to see through clan leader Bai's strength. Lin Zheong parted his mouth and smiled. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. By the side, Lin Rant's gaze had already landed on Bai Zhan. The person in front of him had already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm for many years. Until now, he still had not advanced to the Dodi level. This caused him to feel disdain in his heart. He believed that if it was him, with such a family background, his strength would have already stepped into the Dodi level. The Bai Zhan in front of him was like a piece of trash in his eyes. It was unknown how he would feel if he knew Bai Zhan's true strength. I think that this must be young Master Bai. I have long heard that young Master is a young hero who has already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm at such a young age. However, it seems that you are about to step into the Dodi level. Lin Zheong's gaze ruthlessly cut at Lin Ran by the side. After the latter withdrew his gaze with an embarrassed expression, Lin Zheong faced Bai Zhan and spoke in a flattering tone. A young hero? He has stayed at the same level for 10 years. Can he be considered a young hero? From the way I see it, his strength will stop at this level for the rest of his life. However, just as Lin Zheong's words left his mouth, a disdainful sneer suddenly sounded from the sky. At this moment, the gazes of the few people instantly turned around and looked toward the source of the sound. They saw two figures in black robes flying toward them from a short distance away. One of them was old while the other was young. The old man had a long beard and a shriveled face. At a glance, he appeared to be just skin and bones. The other person was a young man. From his appearance, his age should be about the same as Bai Zhan and Lin Ran. Hua Yuning. Hua Ting. The instant the Bai father and son saw the two people who had arrived, the expressions in their eyes suddenly became serious. They could not help but cry out in surprise. In their hearts, they were shocked by the appearance of these two people. Hua Ting. It is unexpected that the Hua clan has actually sent him to protect Hua Yuning this time around. Bai Ying knit his brows tightly. His heart involuntarily felt a sullenness. This Hua Ting was the long-bearded old man standing behind the black-robed man at this moment. The young man standing in front of him was the current young master of the Hua clan, Hua Tianyi's elder brother, Hua Ting. Among the two of them, Hua Ting's strength had already reached the initial 2-star Dodi class. This point was something that everyone present, other than Lin Ran and Su Yao, could see. As for Hua Yuning, other than Bai Ying, only Su Songming could see the strength of this old man. This Hua Yuning was an expert who had reached the advanced 3-star Dodi class. Her strength was even a little stronger than Bai Ying. While this group of people appeared in the sky above Xian City, Xiao Yan had already spread his spiritual strength over the entire Xian City within a certain remote inn within the city. The scene that was currently occurring in the sky above Xian City was naturally clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. Only at a certain moment did Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, slowly open them. He frowned slightly and a solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. It was unexpected that 2 3-star Dodi had appeared. It was fine if it was Bai Ying, but the old man called Hua Yuning was actually an advanced 3-star Dodi class expert. This was much more dangerous. Chapter 718. Xian City. Lin Zheong, who was a 1-star Dodi, stood proudly in the empty sky. His sharp eagle-claw-like eyes stared at Xiao Yan in the pavilion opposite him. A frightening aura surged out of his body without being held back. It was just like an invisible beast that stood in the sky. The faces of everyone in the city below swiftly turned pale when they sensed the pressure of this aura. An elite Do Di was really this powerful. The strength of this kind of pressure was not something that an ordinary Ban Di could compare with. In front of an elite Do Di, these Ban Di, who usually boasted of being strong, were just like a pair of little dolls. An elite Do Di was indeed worthy of being an existence that had entered the ranks of the true peak experts on the continent. Other than those ordinary Ban Di in the city, the remaining few elite Do Di and Zhenzhong, who was currently standing in the Alchemist Association, also involuntarily had a change in expression on their old faces when they sensed the pressure from Lin Zihong's body. Although they were both one-star Do Di, Lin Zihong's strength was a little higher than his. However, this was sufficient to allow Lin Ziyang to defeat him. However, if one were to add his spiritual strength, it would be a different story. It must be said that this Lin clan might be overbearing, but they also had the capital to be overbearing. At the very least, just based on the strength of an elite Do Di, one might not dare to say that they did not exist in this enormous Xian city, but they could be counted with one's fingers. Moreover, the Lin clan had a relationship with the two large clans on both sides of Xian City. This also solidified the position of the Lin clan in Xian City. In the face of Lin Zihong's powerful aura and pressure, which could be described as frightening in the eyes of an ordinary person, Xiao Yan's face was calm at this moment. It was as though the strength that could shake the sky and split the earth had nothing to do with him. "Boy, I think you're young and impetuous. What they did yesterday was wrong, but you also went too far. Today, we're not here to make things difficult for you. We just want an explanation. Now, if you're willing to apologize to them for what happened yesterday, I'll let this matter pass for you. How about it?" Lin Ziyang placed his hands behind him. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan in the pavilion opposite him. Although his tone was calm, the aura and pressure that covered this place gradually became stronger after the words from Lin Zihong's mouth sounded. However, when Su Songming heard Lin Zihong's words, he could not help but frown slightly. Xiao Yan had caused him to lose face in public twice. This kind of humiliation was not something that could be resolved with just a casual apology. He must make this little fellow in front of him pay an even greater price. However, just as Su Songming was about to make a move, Lin Ziyang, who was in front of him, seemed to have expected it. He quickly waved his hand behind his back and stopped Su Songming. "Clan leader Lin, what do you mean by this?" Now that Lin Zihong's aura was exposed, even Su Songming was quite fearful in his heart. Now that he spoke out of anger, he was naturally more polite. However, even so, it was not difficult to hear some dissatisfaction in the latter's words. Grandmaster, do you think that it's as simple as an apology?" Hearing Su Songming's voice transmission behind him, Lin Ziyang laughed coldly in his heart and also replied with a voice transmission. Hearing this, the latter involuntarily frowned and thought deeply. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. After which, he withdrew and did not say anything else. Compared to the pain on his body, this move of Lin Zihong's was even more vicious. If Xiao Yan really weakened his aura and bowed to apologize to Lin Ran and Su Yao in front of the eyes of everyone in the city, this matter might be temporarily suppressed out of consideration for his face. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan's mental state would definitely suffer quite a big blow. After all, the two people in front of him were definitely no match for Xiao Yan if they were to compare their strength alone. Now, they actually wanted Xiao Yan to apologize to them. This would not only affect Xiao Yan's mental state, but it would also increase the arrogance of these two people. Unfortunately, even though Lin Zihong's idea was not bad, his method had found the wrong target. A one-star Do Di was an existence that could not be defeated in the eyes of an ordinary Ban Di. However, Xiao Yan was not an ordinary Ban Di. Clan head Lin has repeatedly said that I have gone overboard. In that case, what do you think I should do in order to not go overboard? Inverting black and white, confusing right and wrong, refusing to correct your mistake and biting the hand that feeds you. Is this not going overboard? Or should I say that I am forced by a blade and a sword, not asking whether the truth is right or wrong, and killing someone? Is this not going overboard? Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was standing upright in the pavilion, opened his mouth with a cold tone. Following each sentence from the latter's mouth, Xiao Yan's body would suddenly flash and appear in the empty space. By the time Xiao Yan's words sounded, his body had also steadily paused in the empty space a short distance away from Lin Zheong. Hearing the words that were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, the expression on Lin Zheong's face involuntarily alternated between green and white. Soon after, however, when he saw the frightening speed that Xiao Yan had suddenly unleashed, the expression on his face changed drastically. Lin Zheong had never expected that this young black-robed young man in front of him would actually be able to unleash such a frightening speed. Without mentioning anything else, just this speed alone was likely not inferior to his own. Do you think that you can fight with me with just this? Although the speed was frightening, Lin Zheong was after all an elite Do Di. His character was arrogant. In his eyes, a bandit was a bandit. Even if one's speed was quite good, how could one rely on just speed to change the situation in front of a true elite Do Di? Brat, I don't want to carry the bad name of bullying the weak. I will give you one last chance. Apologize. After Lin Zheong's final warning sounded, the originally frightening aura and pressure between the sky and the earth suddenly soared. The originally ugly faces of the people in the city below fell to the ground one after another at this moment. Their faces were ghastly white. No wonder the younger generation is so domineering. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Apologize, my ass. Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little as he sensed the increasingly frightening aura and pressure around him. His mouth even let out a deep cold cry. This person in front of him had repeatedly challenged his patience. This was forcing him to attack. Brat, since you are sincerely seeking death, you cannot blame me. Lin Zheong's expression was dark and solemn as he let out a furious cry the instant Xiao Yan's curses were emitted from his mouth. He waved his large hand and a frightening do chi immediately spluttered out from his palm. It crazily agglomerated like a flood or a ferocious beast. Soon after, his strong body suddenly moved and charged toward Xiao Yan. Brat, since you do not know your mistakes, I will properly teach you on behalf of your elders. Lin Zheong's body also abruptly charged forward the instant the furious cry was emitted from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. A palm was violently thrown forward. Turbulent do chi agglomerated into the shape of a lion's head in his palm. It was violently smashing toward Xiao Yan's head. At the same time that Lin Zheong moved, Xiao Yan, who was standing opposite him, was similarly unwilling to be outdone. The expression on his face suddenly became ruthless. At the same time, he raised both of his hands and brought them to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together and numerous mysterious seals were swiftly formed between Xiao Yan's hands. At the same time, the aura within his body also suddenly soared. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, First Change. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. A green-colored flame suddenly swept up from deep within his dark black eyes. Even Xiao Yan's eyes had turned jade green in color. After the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change was unleashed, Xiao Yan's aura rapidly soared from the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. In merely the blink of an eye, his aura approached that of a late-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. After he finished doing all this, the hand seals between Xiao Yan's hands suddenly changed. Although the hand seals were not as complicated as before, the speed at which they were formed was clearly much slower. In the next instant, Lin Zheong's body arrived before Xiao Yan. At this moment, the hand seals in Xiao Yan's hands had only just landed. Since you brought about your own destruction, don't blame me for it. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually not dodging, Lin Zheong coldly reprimanded him. At the same time, his palm formed with do chi smashed down heavily onto Xiao Yan's head. Everywhere the palm passed, the invisible space would violently distort, leaving behind a vacuum. In the next instant, that palm was only a few inches away from Xiao Yan's head. Force. Elephant. Technique. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan, who was standing in midair, suddenly raised his head. Facing Lin Zheong, who was right before his eyes, he did not dodge. With a cold expression, he loudly shouted 3 words. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura instantly swept forth from Xiao Yan's body like a volcanic eruption. The frightening strength that suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's body caused Lin Zheong to be momentarily unable to block it. At the same time that the expression on his face changed drastically, the palm that was about to land on Xiao Yan's head was also forcefully withdrawn. After which, Lin Zheong forcefully twisted his body and used an extremely strange posture to forcefully dodge the strength that was heading toward him. The appearance of this scene also caused everyone in the city below to be in an uproar. It was unexpected that Lin Zheong, who was an elite Do D, would actually be forced back by a Ban D. This kind of thing was really difficult to imagine. The appearance of this scene caused even the expressions of Su Songming and the few members of the Lin clan beside him to change. Such a sudden scene caused even them to involuntarily feel surprised. Su Songming, who was the leader, narrowed his old eyes. A pair of dark eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. A killing intent surged from deep within his eyes. Soon after, Lin Zheong stabilized his body and looked over. He saw that Xiao Yan's body was standing steadily in midair. At this moment, there was an enormous illusory figure standing behind him. The strength that had forced Lin Zheong back earlier had erupted from this illusory figure. Damn it! What the hell is this? Seeing the enormous illusory figure behind Xiao Yan, even with Lin Zheong's character, his mouth could not help but curse quietly. If it was not for this damn thing earlier, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already died in his hands. Ha! At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was standing in midair, suddenly lifted his head toward the sky. His mouth emitted a long thunder-like roar that reverberated across the sky. After collecting his thoughts, Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the enormous illusory figure behind him. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. This was the real Force Elephant's skill. During the half-month-long journey, other than traveling day and night, Xiao Yan did not forget to carefully study the Force Elephant's skill. In addition to last night's practice, Xiao Yan was only able to truly display the Force Elephant's skill at daybreak today. Of course, even so, it was still not enough to display the true power of the Force Elephant's skill. However, looking at the current situation, he was only barely able to display it. Even so, compared to the past where he only relied on the tyrannical power of the Force Elephant's skill to display his own strength, it was undoubtedly much more powerful now. Ha! Feeling the excitement from the muscles all over his body, Xiao Yan could not help but feel that his body was like a burning flame. Every muscle and every cell in his body was filled with majestic power at this moment. Humph, you are merely bluffing. I don't believe that you are merely a Ban D. Even if you use all of your skills, how strong can you be? Seeing Xiao Yan's emotional manner, Lin Zheong's mouth was filled with disdain. Although he was forced back by Xiao Yan's attack earlier, he merely treated it as a careless move. If he were to attack again at this moment, how would he fall for it again when he was on guard? Ignorant brat. Today, I will let you experience the strength of a Do D. Lin Zheong cried out angrily in a deep voice. Soon after, he moved slightly and his body once again rushed forward explosively. Do Qi soared wildly and his body turned into a ray of light. Under the cover of his Do Qi, he was like a meteorite that had fallen from the sky and violently smashed toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who had displayed the Force Elephant's skill, saw Lin Zheong, who was furiously charging toward him. Excitement surfaced in his green eyes. Ever since Xiao Yan had practiced the Force Elephant's skill, he had never truly displayed it. Today, it was the first time that he had revealed it. He wanted to properly test the strength of this Force Elephant's skill. Seeing that Lin Zheong had already arrived in front of him, Xiao Yan's expression did not change. When the latter arrived in front of him, both of his hands were lifted. The illusionary figure behind Xiao Yan also followed Xiao Yan's action and raised its palm. Yellow Spring Palm. Letting out a low cry in his heart, Xiao Yan rotated his wrist and a palm violently smashed toward the incoming Lin Zheong. As Xiao Yan's palm fell, a frightening Do Qi agglomerated in the palm of the illusionary figure behind him. Soon after, when Lin Zheong's body arrived, the illusionary figure's palm also fell heavily along with Xiao Yan's palm. Feeling the frightening power contained in the palm, even with Lin Zheong's current mental state, his heart could not help but tighten a little. A thought passed through his mind, and the Do Qi flowing within the Qi paths in his body swiftly gathered in his palm. At the same time that the illusionary figure's palm fell, Lin Zheong's palm also violently met it. Chapter 719. In the huge sky above Xian City, two figures each brought with them a terrifying aura that could destroy the world as they heavily smashed into each other. Following an earth-shaking explosion, an extremely terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions with the two of them as the center. It was like an invisible tsunami. Everyone's expressions changed drastically at this moment. The frightening energy wave forced everyone in the sky back by 1,000 feet. Many of the buildings in the city below were also destroyed by this energy. The half-emperors were also heavily injured. It was hard to imagine that the destructive force that was created from the first head-on collision between the two of them was already this frightening. A Do Di was really this frightening. High up in the sky, Su Songming's old face was solemn as he withstood the energy storm that was attacking him. The Do Qi within his body crazily surged out. Even his spiritual strength did not hold back as it surged out, protecting himself and Su Yao behind him. A moment later, when the energy storm scattered, the city below was already in a complete mess. A large number of buildings had been mercilessly destroyed by the energy storm. Even the city below had an enormous deep pit. The originally bustling Xian city now looked like ruins. Countless number of Ban Di experts withdrew from the battleground with frightened faces. Even though this was the case, there were still some who died or were injured. The strength of an elite Do Di was really frighteningly strong. A mere Ban Di was just like an ant in front of them. They were not even worth mentioning. Outside of the battlefield, countless people revealed frightened expressions as they looked at the center of the storm. At that place, there were two people standing proudly. They were looking at each other with grave expressions. The two of them looked at each other. Other than this, it was as if the world around them had nothing to do with them. Everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw the black-robed, expressionless young man in the battleground. Everyone in Xian City knew that Lin Zheong was a genuine elite Do Di. His strength was so great that the number of people in the entire Xian City who could contend with him could be counted with one's fingers. All of those people were elite Do Di. However, from the looks of it, this black-robed young man seemed to be only a half-emperor. Why was it that after the two of them clashed, they appeared to be evenly matched? The former was, after all, a Do Di with overwhelming strength. However, this black-robed young man was only a half-emperor. How did he do it? These two people, their strength is actually evenly matched. In the Alchemist Guild, a shocked expression involuntarily appeared on the solemn old face. As a veteran force in Xian City, he was naturally very clear about Lin Zheong's strength. However, what he did not expect was that this black-robed young man, whom he had only met once, was actually able to fight evenly with the latter. This kind of thing was really hard to imagine. At this very moment, Jin Zhong was not the only one who had such thoughts in his heart. Su Songming and those experts from the Lin clan in the sky were similarly filled with shock and amazement when they looked at the black-robed, young man. This was especially the case for Lin Zheong, who was currently in the middle of the fight. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the strength that Xiao Yan's palm contained. Xiao Yan's palm did not truly collide with Lin Zheong's palm. Instead, it collided with the palm of the illusionary figure behind Xiao Yan. It was also because of this that Lin Zheong was able to directly sense the strength of that palm. Although the strength of Xiao Yan's palm was quite strong, the true source of its strength was not Do Qi. Instead, it was the illusionary figure standing behind Xiao Yan. Compared to the yellow spring palm that Xiao Yan had used, the strength of the illusionary figure itself was the truly frightening one. It was also because of the existence of that illusionary figure that the current battle was evenly matched. If this was not the case, Lin Zheong was confident that with his strength and Do Qi, the black-robed young man in front of him would definitely not be able to last one exchange with him. However, reality would always break common sense. No matter how invulnerable one's imagination was, it would always be filled with loopholes in the face of reality. Xiao Yan and Lin Zheong stood facing each other in the sky. The two of them were separated by a distance of over 100 feet. Both of their gazes were focused on each other. Xiao Yan's body did not move. The expression on his face was both calm and indifferent. However, under this calmness and indifference, his right hand, which was currently covered by his sleeve, could not help but tremble slightly. His entire hand had turned bright red. Clearly, despite having received Lin Zheong's palm earlier, Xiao Yan did not feel good. After all, no matter how one put it, the other party was an elite Do Di. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he would more or less find it a little strenuous. Of course, if Xiao Yan felt bad on this side, Lin Zheong on the other side was naturally not any better. His right hand, which was behind his back, was tightly grabbed by his left hand. Compared to Xiao Yan, Lin Zheong's entire arm was twitching and trembling. Although his face pretended to be unconcerned, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that the latter was currently sucking in threads of cold air between his lips and teeth. It was as though he was using this to suppress the intense pain that was being transmitted from his arm. Bastard brat, what great brute force. It seems that I have underestimated you. It was a long while later before Lin Zheong opened his mouth with a gloomy expression. At the same time as his words were spat out, his arms shook. Do Qi surged and swiftly wiped away the intense pain that was being transmitted from his arm. His large hands suddenly tightened and a majestic Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a long spear. Cuckoo, the same to you. Clan Head Lin's strength is not weak. I have also just succeeded in practicing this Do technique. Today, I can borrow Clan Head Lin's hand to test the strength of this Do technique of mine. At the same time, Xiao Yan on the other side also let out a cold laugh. Under his sleeve, his wrist suddenly twisted. Pure Do Qi swiftly surfaced and wiped away the remaining pain. A thought passed through Lin Zheong's mind and the vast spiritual strength between his brows swept out at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire battleground where the two of them were located. Under the wrapping of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, each of Lin Zheong's actions would be sensed by Xiao Yan. Humph, brat, you really boast shamelessly. Don't think that you can fight against me with just brute force. In front of a Do Di, no matter how strong your physical body is, you are not a Do Di. Wanting to defeat me is ultimately just empty talk. Lin Zheong could not help but frown slightly as he sensed the spiritual strength that descended from around him. Soon after, however, a cold laugh was emitted from his mouth. In the next moment, his feet heavily stepped on empty air. At the same time that the space under his feet collapsed, his body also disappeared in an instant. The appearance of this scene also caused those elite Do Di outside of the battleground to frown slightly. It was likely that even they might not be able to catch up with such a frightening speed. However, Xiao Yan merely parted his mouth and smiled in the face of this. Putting aside the fact that he had the sky extinction step, just by relying on the spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan was able to easily sense the latter's location. This Lin Zheong was really underestimating a rank 3 alchemist. At the same time that Lin Zheong's body disappeared, Xiao Yan finally slowly raised his hand. His 5 fingers were tightly clenched into a fist. The enormous illusionary figure behind him also moved. The seemingly invisible illusionary figure's movements appeared simple and casual. However, the strength that erupted from it was something that even an elite Do Di did not dare to underestimate. It's coming. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent until a certain moment when the empty space beside Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted. A cold laugh was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. His tightly clenched fist appeared to have expected as it violently smashed toward the empty space beside him. At the same time, the illusionary figure behind Xiao Yan also similarly threw a heavy punch. What? This sudden unforeseen event caused the heart of Lin Zheong, who was hiding in the empty space, to change drastically. However, the arrow had already been knocked and he had no choice but to release it. Facing the latter's attack, he already had no way of dodging. Currently, he could only mercilessly fight with it in order to have the opportunity to gain the upper hand. The instant Xiao Yan's fist was thrown out, Lin Zheong's figure suddenly appeared in the empty space beside him. The long spear in his hand flew and directly pierced toward Xiao Yan's fist. Ding! However, what collided violently with Lin Zheong's spear was a somewhat illusionary huge fist. When the two collided, neither of them gave way to the other. Xiao Yan lifted a fist and charged directly at Lin Zheong. His body was towering and did not move. On the other hand, Lin Zheong used all of his strength, wanting to use the long spear in his hand to break the illusionary fist in front of him. Humph, back off. The stalemate between the two lasted for less than 10 breaths of time. However, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth. At the same time that a cold cry was emitted from his mouth, his arm shook. Even the enormous illusionary fist in front of him also shook violently. A huge force poured out and its might was shocking. The enormous fist violently pushed forward. Lin Zheong's expression swiftly became solemn. The long spear in his hand was swiftly bent into an extremely strange angle under that frightening huge force. Outside the battle circle, everyone's faces revealed an extremely shocked expression when they saw that Lin Zheong had actually been blocked by Xiao Yan's fist. If the previous collision was said to be a fluke, then the current situation had truly displayed Xiao Yan's strength to everyone present. Who could have imagined that this seemingly young black-robed young man in the arena actually possessed a frightening strength that could contend against an elite Do-Di? What? Feeling the frightening strength that had suddenly increased on the enormous fist in front of him, Lin Zheong's heart was suddenly shocked. He was just about to let go of the long spear in his hand when the next moment, bang! Following an intense bang sound, the long spear that was extremely bent under the huge fist actually exploded in the next moment. Immediately, the space fluctuated. Lin Zheong forcefully endured the pain that was transmitted from his palm as his body hurriedly retreated. Since I have already decided to attack, why should I retreat? Today, my force elephant technique has just been completed. Let me use you to test it. Seeing Lin Zheong's appearance of retreating, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He was the one who said that he wanted to attack. Now, the one who wanted to retreat was also him. He could advance or retreat as he pleased. Who did he think he, Xiao Yan, was? At the same time that the cold laughter came out of his mouth, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly. Immediately, he continuously flickered above the empty space. After leaving behind a few afterimages, he once again flickered and was already in front of Lin Zheong. Get lost. Seeing Xiao Yan's figure that was like a ghost, Lin Zheong's heart was first shocked. After which, he hurriedly mobilized the Do-Chi in his body and heavily smashed a fist onto Xiao Yan's body in front of him. In an instant, his body was penetrated. This is an afterimage. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Zheong's pupils abruptly shrunk. At the same time that the expression on his face changed, a chill suddenly rose from his back. In his perception, there was a person standing behind him at this moment. Brat, don't go too far. Lin Zheong's heart was greatly shocked. His body hurriedly turned around and waved his arm. Without any hesitation, he ruthlessly smashed towards Xiao Yan who had just appeared behind him. However, what? Another afterimage. The scene that appeared in front of his eyes once again caused fear to rise in Lin Zheong's heart. Only now did he understand that the black-robed young man that he was facing was not an ordinary bandit. His strength was likely stronger than those elite Do-Di in Xian City. Going too far? Don't tell me that clan head Lin doesn't think that your words are a little laughable? At the same time that the expression on Lin Zheong's face suddenly changed, a cold laugh was transmitted from beside his ear. From the sound of this voice, the person who spoke seemed to be right beside his ear. Upon hearing these words, the expression on Lin Zheong's face suddenly turned into one of horror. However, before he could do anything, a heavy punch mercilessly landed on his chest in the next instant. Bang! When the punch landed, Lin Zihong's body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. His entire mind had become a little chaotic because of this punch. Soon after, without waiting for Lin Zihong to stabilize his body, Xiao Yan's figure once again appeared in the empty space beside him as he flew backwards. His body twisted and a whip kick heavily smashed onto Lin Zihong's back. Bang! Lin Zihong's body once again flew forward. Xiao Yan's body also continuously flashed. Each time a blow landed, Xiao Yan would coldly reprimand. Yesterday's matter was clearly your son and that girl's fault. Today, you came looking for me and even used force to threaten me to apologize. You said that I was going too far, but don't forget that you were the one who brought people to look for me. You were also the one who started the fight. I said that I didn't want to cause any trouble, but the head of the Lin clan was overbearing and insisted on using force to force me. Why? Is being a Dodi that great? Don't think that you can be unbridled just because you have become a Dodi. On this continent, there are many people who are stronger than a Dodi. Those who can defeat you might not necessarily have a stronger cultivation than you. Bang! When Xiao Yan's last sentence fell, another heavy whip kick ruthlessly smashed onto Lin Zihong's abdomen. The latter's body once again flew backwards. On the other hand, Xiao Yan stood in the empty space and no longer moved. Only when Lin Zihong's body flew far away from the battle did the few experts from the Lin clan hurriedly fly forward and catch Lin Zihong's injured body. Seeing the large and small wounds on their clan head's body, the few experts from the Lin clan could not help but reveal an expression of shame and anger. Seeing their clan head being beaten up while they could only helplessly watch from outside the battle circle, how could they feel good in their hearts? They did not have the opportunity to participate in a battle of this level. Regardless of whether they entered the battle circle of these two people or not, they would not be able to change the result. After all, even Lin Ziyang, who was a Dodi, was beaten by this black-robed young man until he did not have the ability to retaliate. There was no need to even think about the result if they, who were to enter. Speaking of which, although they were extremely ashamed and angry in their hearts, their old faces turned green when they heard Xiao Yan's words. It was just as Xiao Yan had said. The beginning of all this was the fault of the younger generation of their two clans. They could only say that they had brought this upon themselves, thinking until this point, the few experts from the Lin clan helplessly shook their heads and sighed bitterly. Although they were unwilling to do so, Lin Ziyang was after all the clan head. They were also extremely helpless. After finishing off Lin Ziyang, Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward Su Songming. This matter was not only started by Lin Ziyang alone. It was likely that the main reason was this old fellow. The latter's expression suddenly changed when he saw the cold gaze that Xiao Yan shot toward him. Even Lin Ziyang was no match for Xiao Yan. How could he possibly do so? Brat, the old me is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. The matter last time, noisy. Before Su Songming's voice sounded, Xiao Yan coldly spoke. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed and appeared beside Su Songming in front of his horrified eyes. Chapter 720. The battle in the sky above Xian City finally ended with the Lin clan and Su Songming retreating in defeat. Since the battle had ended, the waves gradually returned to calmness. However, a heavily damaged Xian City was left behind. The bustling city from the previous day was no longer present. At this moment it was filled with desolation as far as the eye could see. Countless Band D experts had died and the atmosphere of the entire city appeared extremely pressuring. The repair of the city's buildings was naturally an easy task for a Band D expert. However, the impact of the battle this time around was something that could not be erased. However, regardless of how the wind and clouds stirred under the water, it was unable to change the gorgeous scene above the water. Following the gradual calming down of the situation, the experts outside the city continued to wildly gather towards Xian City. These people were not concerned about the battle that had occurred in the city. All they cared about was the auction this time around. The continuous influx of people from outside temporarily suppressed the matter that had occurred in the morning. The city swiftly became lively and bustling. No one would give up on their path to wealth because of a little incident. The smiles on their faces and the greedy glint in their eyes successfully caused them to forget about the battle that had occurred in the morning. As long as they obtained the money, these people who loved money as much as their lives would not keep the unpleasant matter in their hearts. Even though, this kind of matter could not be hidden for long. As expected, after a couple of hours, the human flow in the city had reached a saturation point. Those people who had arrived later also began to hear about the matter that had occurred in the morning one after another. Gossip was a fearful thing. After being spread by a countless number of people, the matter that had occurred in the morning was successfully magnified. It was still all right for the elite Dodi. They boasted of their great strength and could not help but feel a little nervous in their hearts. However, they still remained in the city. Those Bandi experts, however, were not so lucky. Their hearts were afraid that a battle like the one in the morning would occur again. Hence, a large portion of them were unwilling to continue staying in the city. Although they could leave, the money that they had taken out and handed to the shop owners was like throwing it into the mouth of a crocodile. Naturally, it was impossible for them to spit it out. It was fine if it was the strong ones. However, those weak ones could only sigh and return dejectedly despite feeling furious in their hearts. Those shops, on the other hand, borrowed the empty rooms left behind by the previous group of people who had left and did the same thing. They swallowed the money in the pockets of these people one batch after another. He turned around and looked at Xiao Yan. After the battle in the morning, Xiao Yan finally had a clearer understanding of the force elephant tactic. Inside the room, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. Within the cyclone within his body, there was a powerful medicinal pill being gradually refined. Traces of medicinal power were extracted from the pill and then dispersed to every part of Xiao Yan's body, especially his limbs. The distribution of medicinal power was especially focused. And the reason for this was because of the battle in the morning. During the battle between Xiao Yan and Lin Zheong, Xiao Yan himself did not have much of an intuitive feeling. Only after the battle ended and Xiao Yan returned to his room, did an extremely sudden change occur to various parts of his body. Every part of his body that Xiao Yan had used the force elephant tactic to exchange blows with Lin Zheong had turned completely red at this moment. In fact, the most serious injury on Xiao Yan's left hand had even broken 2 bones. Fortunately, it was only a slight fracture and it would not take long for it to completely recover. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xiao Yan refined the medicinal pill in his body that had yet to be completely refined. At the same time, his mind carefully recalled the battle with Lin Zheong in the morning. In the battle in the morning, Xiao Yan had mostly relied on the might of the force elephant tactic. Even though Xiao Yan had relied on his own speed to successfully suppress Lin Zheong, Xiao Yan also understood in his heart that the other party was after all a Dodi with great strength. How could Xiao Yan easily defeat him with just the force elephant tactic? Even though Xiao Yan had used the force elephant tactic to cause the other party to be unable to retaliate, but even so, with just the strength of his physical body, he could only at the very most injure Lin Zheong's muscles and bones. It was somewhat impossible to injure the latter's essence. After carefully thinking about it, Xiao Yan also discovered some clues. In the subsequent battle, Xiao Yan did not use his actual body to come into contact with Lin Zheong. Throughout the entire battle, the illusory figure behind him was the main force. During this process, each time Lin Zheong blocked, it would be completely blocked by the illusory figure. During this process, Xiao Yan did not feel any pain. Only after the battle ended, the parts of the illusory figure that had come into contact with Lin Zheong would change. In other words, when the illusory figure was released, Xiao Yan did not completely block his opponent's attack. Instead, it completely covered up the damage, as though he had completely lost his sense of pain. Only after the battle had ended would the damage truly appear on Xiao Yan's body. By the time Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes, the sky outside had gradually become dark. At this moment, Xian City was filled with people. There were an uncountable number of Bandi experts. Even ordinary Dodi could be seen all over Xian City. There were 4 elite Dodi existences within the area covered by Xiao Yan's spiritual strength at this moment. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to care about these. After withdrawing the spiritual strength that had spread out, Xiao Yan's mind once again returned to the Force Elephant skill. In the battle in the morning, after Xiao Yan had summoned the illusory figure, he could clearly feel that with the help of the Force Elephant skill, his physical strength had greatly increased. His explosive strength was much stronger than before. Every action was filled with strength. The strength of that strength was so strong that it was as though Xiao Yan could shatter the surrounding space with just a slight movement. After this morning's battle with Lin Zheong, Xiao Yan was certain that unless he met an expert above the middle stage of a one-star Do Di, even if he met an expert above the middle stage of a one-star Do Di, Xiao Yan was confident that he would not lose by relying on the Force Elephant skill and other methods. In the eyes of the current Xiao Yan, the so-called Do Di was not impossible to fight. The extent to which the Force Elephant skill increased his strength was something that Xiao Yan did not expect. However, at the same time that his strength increased, the flaws of the Force Elephant skill also appeared. The Force Elephant skill might be able to unleash the greatest amount of physical strength, but during this process, the illusionary figure that was agglomerated from the Force Elephant skill did not possess any defensive ability. It did not even feel pain. Hence, if the illusionary figure was seriously injured during a battle, Xiao Yan would definitely end up in a seriously injured state after the battle. Being seriously injured while he was unaware of it would undoubtedly send Xiao Yan into the jaws of a tiger. Of course, on the other hand, the increase in strength of the Force Elephant skill caused Xiao Yan's strength to increase exponentially. The powerful strength allowed Xiao Yan to always be in an invincible position in the battle. As long as he could defeat his opponent in the shortest amount of time, the so-called injury would naturally not occur. In short, the characteristic of the Force Elephant skill was that it used offense as defense. It used powerful strength to overcome its own weakness. In the face of absolute strength, any attack would appear weak. In the end, even Xiao Yan himself was unable to determine whether this was the weakness or the strength of the Force Elephant skill. Chapter 721. Night gradually enveloped the entire city. In the distant sky, the bright moon hung high up in the sky like a silver plate, sprinkling down a thin layer of snow-white sand that covered the sky and covered the earth. The city in the night gradually quietened down. The bustling of the day was pulled down by the arrival of night. Only when the sun rose tomorrow would this vast stage be pulled open once again. The snow-white moonlight enveloped the entire city. From time to time, strange bird cries would resound between the heavens and the earth. They were heavy and urgent, as if they were telling an extremely terrifying story. Coupled with the night, it created an additional strange atmosphere between the heavens and the earth. On the surface, the entire city looked especially quiet. There were no lights and no hustle and bustle. In the dark corners of the city, there were ghostly shadows flickering. It was unknown whether they were rats or poisonous snakes. Lin family mansion. In the guest room, Su Songming's face was gloomy. Ever since he returned to the Lin family mansion this morning, he had been sitting here for an entire day. In his mind, he carefully recalled all the alchemists he had met in the past and even the entire alchemist alliance, hoping to find out the origin of this black-robed youth. However, it was a pity that no matter how hard he racked his brains, he was still unable to obtain any useful information. Under the sleeves of his robe, the old man's withered hands were tightly clenched together. His old face was extremely gloomy. Today's matter not only did not allow him to vent his anger for his granddaughter, it also caused him to lose face once again. If this matter were to spread to the ears of the group of old fogies in the Alchemist Alliance, it would really become a joke. Bang! A heavy palm landed and the table under the old man's hand instantly exploded, turning into fragments that shot in all directions. Outside the door, the attendant could feel the biting cold killing intent from within the room. His face could not help but reveal a trace of fear as he hurriedly retreated. Damn it! Even if I found the information, what's the use? This brat already became a Tier 3 alchemist at such a young age. His accomplishments are even above mine. Even if I found his information, I'm still the same, unable to harm a single hair on his head. Standing up, Su Songming lifted his head and stared at the beam of the room. Flames of anger rose in his gloomy old eyes. Immediately after, he could not help but cough violently. This was what Xiao Yan had given him today. Just one punch had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Even with the help of pills, he was unable to recover to his peak in a short period of time. Xiao Yan's strength had already far surpassed that of ordinary half-martial emperors. Even though he was an 8-star half-martial emperor, in Xiao Yan's eyes, he was no different from a dou sheng, an ant. Next door, the girl in the red dress had calmed down. She was sitting at the table in a daze. She wasn't like Su Songming. She was weak like an ordinary girl who didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken. Of course, that was just how she looked. After all, in Xian City, everyone knew that she was a half-step great emperor. Who would dare say that she was weak? Creak, the door was suddenly opened. An old man with a gloomy expression walked in with a walking stick in his hand. Woo woo woo. Grandfather. Seeing the person who had walked in, the young girl with a dull expression immediately recovered. Tears immediately flowed out from her red eyes. It was as if she had been wronged and also as if she had been humiliated. No one knew what kind of emotion was contained within those tears. A poisonous snake had no tears. Everyone knew how vicious it was. Although humans had tears, no one knew if those tears were sincere or fake. Humph, crying. All you know is to cry. If crying was useful, why did you ask me to attack? Seeing the young girl sobbing again, the old man was merciless. He coldly reprimanded. Immediately, the young girl appeared as if her throat was blocked. Soft sobbing noises were emitted from her nose and gradually disappeared. On the other side, Lin Zheong and his son were seated within the large hall. The two of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. As expected of father and son, their sitting posture and expressions were exactly the same. Perhaps even their temperaments were the same. It could be said that Lin Ran had inherited everything from his father. Of course, other than his strength. Father, what should we do now? Everyone knows that Xian City is our Lin family's territory. Now that someone from our Lin family has been beaten up in our own territory, if we don't get back at him, I'm afraid our Lin family will be ridiculed by others. Lin Ran's face was gloomy. His eyes revealed a sinister look. Towards the black-robed young man today, he was both frightened and resentful. Humph, I will get back at him sooner or later. But now, let's get down to business first. That old man will definitely not let that brat go. Heh, his heart is narrower than ours. It is like the gap between our fingers. Other than time, nothing can pass through. Let him deal with that brat. What we should pay attention to now is the people from the two big families. They are here? Hearing Lin Zhong's words, Lin Ran immediately frowned. The black-robed young man was not easy to deal with. The people from the two big families were even more difficult to deal with. In order to curry favor with them, the Lin family had spent a lot of money. Not yet, but this auction is going to attract a lot of attention, so they definitely won't miss it. As far as I know, the Bai family's patriarch will come personally, and he'll bring his son. The Hua family will also send an elder with real power. It seems like they know some inside information about the auction, so we have to be careful. Oh. Bai Ying's son. It is said that he has been a 9-star half-martial emperor for more than 10 years. He is only a trash. His Bai family will be kicked out of the 4 big families sooner or later. Lin Ran sneered again. He had also heard about Bai Zhan. However, in his opinion, a mere 9-star half-martial emperor would not be able to do anything. Humph, you better be careful when you speak. Regardless of whether he is a trash or not, at the very least, his strength is stronger than the current you. Moreover, his Bai family is currently one of the 4 big families. Just based on this point, you must curry favor with him. Only by doing so will Bai Ying have a good impression of us. This is only beneficial to our Lin family. You must not mess this up. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Zheong reprimanded in a deep voice. The latter immediately smiled awkwardly and did not dare to say anything. After giving a few more instructions, Lin Zheong finally slowly withdrew his gaze. His mind involuntarily recalled the battle this morning. He had never thought that a half-martial emperor would actually be able to beat him, a Dodi, into such a miserable state. Brat, you better not fall into my hands. The next day. The moment the morning light scattered on the ground, the entire Xian city had already completely awakened from the night. The enormous Xian city was crowded with people and was unusually bustling. On the bed, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and resting, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 722. The sun shone brightly in the distant sky. Today was the day that the auction in Xian City would officially begin. The liveliness in the city was naturally different from before. The sun had only just peeked out, but the atmosphere in Xian City had already been swiftly ignited, as though it was on fire. The entire city was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless experts had gathered in this place, and their eyes revealed anticipation as they waited for the auction to begin. The Lin family mansion. High up in the sky, Lin Zheong and his son, Lin Ran, stood upright and unafraid. Their faces were as warm as the spring breeze, as if they had already forgotten what had happened yesterday. Just as the two of them were in the air, two figures suddenly rose from the large manor below. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared beside the father and son of the Lin family. Clan leader Lin has woken up early. You didn't even inform us. Ha 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 ha. The two people who had come up were Su Songming and Su Yao, the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Just like the former, the two of them had also withdrawn their gloomy expressions from the previous day, as though nothing had happened. Before the two of them even came close, Su Songming had already laughed loudly and joked with Lin Zheong. Grandmaster has misunderstood. The two of us just didn't want to disturb Grandmaster's rest. Moreover, we woke up so early because we were waiting for someone. Lin Zheong's eyes flashed. He stared at Su Songming in front of him and said meaningfully. Hearing this, Su Songming's sinister old eyes immediately flashed with a glint. He rolled his eyes and asked a question that he already knew the answer to. May I know who the person clan leader Lin is waiting for? Haha, yes, oh, they're here. Lin Zheong put on a fake smile. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, two figures covered in white robes suddenly appeared in the sight of the father and son duo. Immediately, Lin Zheong's mouth turned into a soft laugh. At the same time, Su Songming and Su Yao by the side also subconsciously looked over. Clan leader Bai, I have been waiting here for a long time. Without waiting for Su Songming to recover, Lin Zheong had already cupped his hands together and laughed loudly at the two white-robed figures. Soon after, Su Songming and his grandson finally saw the two people. The expression in the old man's eyes immediately hardened. These people were members of the Bai clan, one of the four great clans. One was a middle-aged man while the other was a young man. The middle-aged man was the current clan leader of the Bai clan, Bai Ying. Beside him was Bai Ying's son, Bai Zhan. Seeing Lin Zheong's gaze shoot over, Bai Ying smiled slightly. Disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. Even though the Lin clan had done a lot for the Bai and Hua clans over the years, how could the Bai and Hua clans not know their thoughts? Although they were polite on the surface, they were secretly afraid of each other. Of course, among them, the Lin clan was naturally more afraid of the two great clans. After all, with the strength of the Lin clan, there was only one Dodi, Lin Zheong, in the entire clan. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Zheong and his son had already flown forward. They once again cupped their hands respectfully to Bai Ying and his son. Regardless of their secret relationship, half of the control of Xian City was currently in the hands of the Bai clan. Without sufficient strength, the Lin clan would ultimately be inferior to the Bai clan. Clan leader Lin, it has been a few years since we last met. Your strength has become much stronger. Bai Ying casually cupped his hands together. His gaze met Bai Zhan's for a moment before he smiled and said, No. It is only a small improvement. How can it be compared to clan leader Bai's strength? The current me is likely unable to see through clan leader Bai's strength. Lin Zheong parted his mouth and smiled. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. By the side, Lin Rant's gaze had already landed on Bai Zhan. The person in front of him had already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm for many years. Until now, he still had not advanced to the Do-Di realm. This caused him to feel disdain in his heart. He believed that if it was him, with such a family background, his strength would have already stepped into the Do-Di class. The Bai Zhan in front of him was like a piece of trash in his eyes. It was unknown how he would feel if he knew Bai Zhan's true strength. I think that this must be young Master Bai. I have long heard that young Master is a young hero who has already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm at such a young age. However, looking at it now, it is likely that you are about to step into the Do-Di class. Lin Zhong's gaze ruthlessly cut at Lin Ran by the side. After the latter withdrew his gaze with an embarrassed expression, Lin Zhong faced Bai Zhan and spoke in a flattering tone. A young hero? He has stayed in the same realm for 10 years. Can he be considered a young hero? From the way I see it, his strength will stop at this level for the rest of his life. However, just as Lin Zhong's words left his mouth, a disdainful sneer suddenly sounded from the sky. At this moment, the gazes of the few people instantly turned around and looked toward the source of the sound. They saw two figures in black robes flying toward them from a short distance away. One of the two people was old while the other was young. The old man had a long beard and a shriveled face. He appeared to be just skin and bones. The other person was a young man. From his appearance, his age should be about the same as Bai Zhan and Lin Ran. Hua Yuning. Hua Ting. The instant the Bai family's father and son saw the two people who had arrived, the expressions in their eyes suddenly hardened. Their mouths involuntarily cried out in surprise. They were both shocked by the appearance of these two people. Hua Ting. It is unexpected that the Hua clan has actually sent him to protect Hua Yuning this time around. Bai Ying knit his brows tightly. His heart involuntarily felt a sullenness. This Hua Ting was the long-bearded old man standing behind the black-robed man at this moment. The young man standing in front of him was the current young master of the Hua clan, Hua Tianyi's elder brother, Hua Ting. Among the two of them, Hua Ting's strength had already reached the initial 2-star Do-Di class. This point was something that everyone present other than Lin Ran and Su Yao could see. As for Hua Yuning, other than Bai Ying, only Su Songming could see the strength of this old man. This Hua Yuning was an expert who had reached the advanced 3-star Do-Di class. Her strength was even a little stronger than Bai Ying. While this group of people appeared in the sky above Xian City, Xiao Yan had already spread his spiritual strength over the entire Xian City within a certain remote inn within the city. The scene that was currently occurring in the sky above Xian City was naturally clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. Only at a certain moment did Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, slowly open them. He frowned slightly and a solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. It was unexpected that 2 3-star Do-Di had appeared. It was fine if it was Bai Ying, but the old man called Hua Yuning was actually an advanced 3-star Do-Di class expert. This was much more dangerous. Chapter 723. So it's Hua Third Elder. Above the void, while the expressions of the Bai family's father and son changed, Lin Zhong's face once again showed a smile. He cupped his fists respectfully towards the old man. The expression on his face was undoubtedly more attentive than when he saw the Bai family's father and son just now. What a fence-sitter. Seeing this, Bai Ying couldn't help but curse inwardly, feeling a wave of disdain. The Hua Third Elder that Lin Zhong spoke of was Hua Ting. Hua Ting was the third elder of the Hua clan, and he was one of the few people in the Hua clan with real power. He had a high position, and in the entire Hua clan, no one dared to look down on his words. What surprised Lin Zhong the most was that the Hua family had actually sent such a powerhouse for this auction. His appearance represented the entire Hua family. It seemed that not only the Bai family, but the Hua family was also particularly concerned about this auction. He just did not know what kind of priceless treasure would appear in this auction that could move the two clans so much. Patriarch Lin, I remember that the last time we met was 2 years ago. Hearing Lin Zhong's words, Hua Ting's old face did not change. The Hua clan did not care about a mere Lin clan. Even if the Lin clan had made great contributions to the Hua clan, he was still not a member of the Hua clan. In his eyes, the Lin clan was just an outsider. Even if there were differences, it was just a relationship of using them. If the Lin clan had lost its value, the Hua clan would not hesitate to abandon them in the wilderness and let them fend for themselves. Third elder is still strong. I haven't seen you for 2 years, and you are even stronger than before. I'm afraid you are about to break through to the 4-star level. Lin Zihong's flattery was no different from what he had said to Bai Ying earlier. Based on this, even people who were not familiar with him could tell that this person was an extremely hypocritical person. Hui Yuning, what do you mean by what you just said? After withdrawing his gaze, the expression on Bai Ying's face suddenly turned cold. The indifferent expression in his eyes instantly turned ice cold. Even the aura on his body involuntarily fluctuated. When Bai Zhan saw this, he hurriedly grabbed the latter's wrist and slowly shook his head. His face was solemn. Seeing this, Bai Ying withdrew his gaze with a gloomy expression. Even with Hui Yuning's strength, his heart involuntarily palpitated when he saw the icy cold gaze that shot over from Bai Ying's eyes. A chill immediately rose from his back. The other party was after all a 3-star Do Di. His strength far surpassed Hui Yuning's. Just that invisible aura was enough to intimidate him. Patriarch Bai, my young master is young and impetuous. He speaks without thinking. Patriarch Bai, you don't have to take his words to heart. I apologize on his behalf. Hua Ting cupped his hands to Bai Ying as he softly laughed. Although he appeared to be apologizing, the smile that was revealed on the corner of his mouth was filled with disdain. Although the members of these 2 clans appeared friendly, the smell of gunpowder was extremely dense. This also further reflected the relationship between the 4 large clans. The 2 clans only exchanged words with each other. Lin Zheong and Su Songming, who were standing by the side, were completely ignored. Immediately, the expressions on the faces of these 2 people were different. On the other side, Xiao Yan, who was within the inn, was observing everything that was happening in the city. He sensed the smell of gunpowder that spread between the 2 clans. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily relaxed. If these 2 clans were to restrain each other, it would undoubtedly reduce a lot of trouble for Xiao Yan. While the few factions in the sky were facing each other, circular invisible spatial ripples suddenly surged in a certain empty space within Xian City. In an instant, over a dozen gazes within Xian City were uniformly looking at the spot where the spatial ripples were spreading. All of these people were elite Do Di. Among them were naturally the 2 from the Bai clan and the Hua clan, as well as Lin Zheong, who was currently beside them, and Su Songming, who was a rank 3 alchemist. Of course, Xiao Yan, who was currently within the inn, was naturally no exception. Over a dozen gazes within the enormous Xian city were like spotlights as they gathered at a certain spot in the empty space. The spatial ripples at that spot were becoming increasingly obvious. At a certain moment, the invisible empty space seemed to have been torn apart and separated. It turned into a spatial tunnel. Soon after, a couple of human figures flashed out from within it. The gazes of Xiao Yan's group also landed on these few human figures. Finally, the spatial ripples gradually calmed down. Over a dozen human figures were already standing in the empty space. The bodies of these human figures were covered by large black robes. Not only was it impossible to see their bodies, but it was also impossible to detect their strength under the cover of the black robes. However, just from the fact that they were able to tear apart the empty space, the strength of this group of people was definitely not weak. It was likely that they were at least elite Do Di. Over a dozen elite Do Di. Such a lineup was in existence that could do whatever they wanted within the western region. Even the 4 large sects had no choice but to be cautious when faced with such a luxurious lineup. Have they finally arrived? Bai Ying narrowed his eyes as he stood in the empty space. His gaze swept over the dozen human figures. Even with his character, a deep soulness involuntarily appeared deep within his eyes. Following the appearance of this group of people, the people in the city below quickly discovered their existence. Soon after, numerous fiery hot gazes were swiftly shot over. The greed in their eyes was not hidden at all. Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on the bed within the inn, stood up. The attire of this group of people might be strange, but from their appearance and the degree of attention that everyone in the city gave them, it was not difficult to imagine that this group of people should be the organizers of this auction. With the help of his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan swiftly observed the bodies of these 10+ human figures. However, when he turned his head, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. These 10+ human figures were completely covered by black robes. At a glance, they were a black mass. It was impossible to see anything unusual about them. The only difference on their bodies was that there was a circle of strange golden runes on the collar of their robes. From the looks of those runes, it should be some kind of formation, and they were borrowing the power of this formation to conceal their auras. After Xiao Yan's eyes shifted away from this group of people, the leader of the black-robed group suddenly waved his large sleeve. A glass-like golden light immediately agglomerated in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a palm-sized, porcelain white jade plate. Some complicated symbols were carved on it in a crooked manner. Xiao Yan immediately felt a surprise in his heart when he saw this jade plate. This was because this person had taken out an array plate. Chapter 724. In the sky above Xian City, countless pairs of eyes simultaneously landed on the group of black-robed figures who had appeared in the sky. Everyone's eyes contained a fiery hot expression, and the emotions in their hearts became increasingly excited because of this. Under everyone's gaze, the leader of the group of black-robed men had a palm-sized disc array standing in the void in front of him. From the crooked strange runes on it, a faint golden brilliance was emitted, enveloping the entire disc array. After the leader of the group took out the array disc, the other black-robed figures behind him also took out an array disc of the same size and placed it in the air in front of them. Is it finally about to begin? I've heard of many auctions that these fellows have organized. It's a pity that I've never had the chance to personally participate. Now, I finally get the chance. Hua Ting's old face was filled with anticipation when he saw the dozen black-robed figures in the air each take out an array disc. Even Bai Ying and the others could not help but reveal a burning passion in their eyes. They stared intently at the group of black-robed figures, anticipating what would happen next. In the inn, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Powerful spiritual strength gathered outside him, and the movements of the dozen figures clearly appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. The wide sleeves were lifted to their chests, and 10 skinny bamboo-like fingers stretched out from the black robes. The 10 fingers linked together, and numerous complicated seals were rapidly formed. The movements of this group of black-robed people were coherent and compact. Even the speed of the seals and the distance between the 10 fingers were extremely strict. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that the degree of tacit understanding between this group of black-robed people had reached an extremely shocking level. But soon after, waves of enormous spiritual strength actually surged out from the bodies of this group of people and poured into the array plate in front of them. Immediately, the porcelain white array plate shone brightly, and those golden symbols also emitted a dazzling light at this moment. This group of people are all formation masters. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel shocked when he sensed the enormous spiritual strength that surged out from the group of black-robed figures. The muscles on the corner of his eyes twitched involuntarily. This group of people were all formation masters. Moreover, from the strength of the spiritual strength that he sensed from each of them, they should all be rank 3 formation masters. Rank 3 formation masters. This also meant that the spiritual strength of this group of people was not inferior to his. It might even be superior. On the surface, this group did not appear to have any problems. Who could have imagined that the strength that they contained was actually this strong? The strength of an elite Do D and the spiritual strength of a rank 3 formation master. By relying on these factors, this group of people was an existence that could sweep through the entire Western region. Even the 4 great sects would not be able to resist if they were to face with this group of black-robed figures. After a wave of shock passed through Xiao Yan's heart, the formation plates in front of the group of black-robed figures in the sky finally began to move. Following the pouring in of the enormous spiritual strength, the glow on the 10+ formation plates became increasingly bright. In the end, those formation plates appeared like numerous small suns that were suspended in the sky when viewed from a distance. Soon after, the group of black-robed figures began to move and spread out. They controlled the formation plates with one hand and formed a huge circle in the sky. After which, the hands of this group of people once again moved under the suspicious gazes of everyone in the city. One could see them controlling the formation plates to be suspended in front of them. They once again formed some seals in unison. Immediately, numerous energy light pillars suddenly shot out from the formation plates that were flashing brightly. They gathered in the empty space even higher up. Immediately, the invisible empty space churned intensely. Circular spatial ripples surged like ocean waves until the empty space collapsed and turned into an endless darkness. Only then did the space where the energy gathered gradually stabilize. In the end, the bright energy light gradually disappeared. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone in the city was an enormous spatial tunnel. This spatial tunnel was an enormous circular shape. Its width was enough to accommodate over 10 people side by side. At this moment, there were waves of silver-white spatial strength repeatedly surging out from within the spatial tunnel, maintaining the normal operation of the spatial tunnel. Other than this, the energy light pillars that were shot out from the formation plates were also pouring energy into the spatial tunnel. It could be said that the existence of the spatial tunnel was completely supported by the formation plates. This is a spatial tunnel, huh? The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily widened when he saw the spatial tunnel. After which, he recovered. His spiritual strength carefully observed the spatial tunnel that was condensed in the empty space. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, a shocked expression involuntarily surged onto his face. TSK, this is really extravagant. To be able to condense a spatial tunnel in such a short period of time. This is not something that can be done with just spiritual strength and Do Qi. Xiao Yan let out an exclamation in his mouth. He controlled his spiritual strength and focused his gaze. Indeed, on the formation plate in front of those black-robed people, Xiao Yan could vaguely see a crystal rock with an irregular shape suspended in the air above the formation plate despite being blocked by the bright light pillar. It was not difficult to guess that it was undoubtedly a spirit stone. The energy source of the formation plates and the spatial tunnel all came from the spirit stone. Humph, those fellows who used to hide their heads and only show their tails, pretending to be mysterious and mystifying. After all this time, the auction venue is actually not within Xian City. Aren't they intentionally making a fool of us? In the sky, Hui Yesing's eyes were indifferent as she stared at the group of black-robed figures in the distant sky. Her expression was slightly gloomy. They were clearly the ones who organized the auction. In the end, they actually had to wait bitterly. This caused Hui Yesing to be extremely displeased. The instant Hui Yesing's words left her mouth, the expression on Hua Ting's old face changed slightly. He hurriedly grabbed the latter's wrist and shook his head at Hui Yesing with a solemn expression, indicating that the latter should not continue speaking. Upon seeing this, Hui Yesing was stunned. She gently curled her lips and did not say anything else. Then, Hua Ting looked at the group of black-robed figures in the sky. When he saw that they were not paying attention to them, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine that Hui Yesing did not know how terrifying these fellows were, but Hua Ting clearly knew that none of these people were to be trifled with. Even the 4 great sects did not dare to underestimate them, let alone their subordinates. Yesing, it's better to be more cautious in the future. Even the sect leader does not dare to provoke this group of people, let alone us. Upon hearing Hua Ting mention the sect leader, the expression on Hui Yesing's face changed slightly. A look of surprise flashed across the depths of her eyes. She did not expect that in the entire western region, there would be another force other than the 3 great sects that the Heavenly Sword sect did not dare to provoke. Who exactly were these people? There's no need to be surprised. The western region is much larger than what you've seen. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are also many experts who live in seclusion. Although our 4 great sects are considered to be standing at the peak of the western region on the surface, those forces in the dark are not people that we can easily touch. For example, the Hidden Cloud Pavilion and even as if he could see the shock in Hui Yesing's heart. Hu Ting furrowed his brows and explained for her. However, at the end of his words, the old man suddenly stopped talking. It was as if he had thought of something terrifying. His Adam's apple moved, but he did not say anything else. "Father, what is this?" On the other side, Baijan frowned as he looked at the spatial channel in the sky. He could not help but reveal a trace of confusion in his eyes. He had never heard of an auction being held like this. Did they want them to travel to another city to participate in the auction? Have you heard of spatial auctions? This is it. Bai Ying smiled slightly. Compared to the arrogance of the Hua family, Bai Ying and his son were much more humble. Or rather, they were more careful with their words and actions. Hearing Bai Ying's words, Baijan raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of understanding. He said, "So it's a spatial auction. I've long heard that in order to prevent people from fighting over the auction items during the auction, they would choose to set up their auction in the endless void. I didn't expect them to do this. No wonder the auctions they hold are not only of high value, but there have never been any accidents. So it's because of this." When Baijan said these words, Bai Ying nodded once again. The two of them raised their eyes at the same time and looked at the group of black-robed people. Their expressions were even more solemn. Just as Baijan had said, the spatial auction was built in the boundless void. Spatial turbulence existed there, and it was like a natural protective barrier had been added to the auction. It was impossible to force your way in, and it was impossible to force your way out. If one tried to forcefully enter, one's life or death would be difficult to predict. Under the spatial turbulence, even an elite Do-D might not be able to survive. The only way to enter and exit safely was through the spatial channel. However, the spatial channel was controlled by the auction organizer. With these various reasons, those who participated in the auction would naturally have some misgivings in their hearts. Hence, normally speaking, those who participated in the spatial auction would not only not cause trouble during the auction but would also restrict each other. This was to prevent anything from happening during the auction. In the end, the one who would end up being harmed would be themselves. Xiao Yan frowned slightly within the inn. He used his spiritual strength to observe the spatial channel. His heart involuntarily felt some doubt. At this moment, the black-robed person from the group of black-robed people in the sky, who was the first to take out the formation plate, arrived in front of the spatial channel. "Everyone, for the sake of safety, the venue of our auction is set up in the endless void. At this moment, the spatial channel that connects to our auction is behind me. As long as one passes through this channel, one will be able to reach the spatial auction. We will begin the auction there." A somewhat hoarse old voice reverberated over the sky of Xian City. Immediately, everyone in the city turned their heated eyes toward the black-robed person who had spoken. More accurately speaking, they were looking at the spatial channel that was currently standing behind him. After a moment of hesitation, the black mass of human figures below immediately began to move. Like a churning wave, everyone rose to the sky at this moment and swiftly flew toward the spatial channel. However, in the very next moment, an overwhelming oppressive might suddenly envelop the entire region. Before those half-martial emperors who had just stepped into the sky could even stabilize themselves, they were once again suppressed by that frightening oppressive might. What is the meaning of this? Isn't this an auction? Why won't we be allowed in? At the same time that they were suppressed by the pressure, the people below immediately became restless. Dissatisfied shouts rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xian city had descended into chaos. However, soon after, just as everyone in the city was clamoring to enter the spatial tunnel, another invisible pressure suddenly descended on everyone's heads. Under the threat of this pressure, no one dared to act rashly again. The clamor was gradually suppressed as well. According to the rules of the auction house, there is a requirement to enter the spatial auction. Everyone must pay 500,000 spirit coins to enter. Of course, if you are able to take out an item that is worth 500,000 spirit coins, we will also allow you to enter. Otherwise, no one will be allowed to enter. The somewhat hoarse old voice was once again emitted from under the large black robe. The expressions of everyone in the city below suddenly changed drastically. 500,000 spirit coins. After all, it was quite a huge sum for ordinary quasi-emperors. In the current Xian city, 500,000 spirit coins was not something that the half-emperors could not take out. However, once they handed over the 500,000 spirit coins, they would also be unable to participate in the auction of the items in the auction. In other words, just this requirement alone was enough to filter out most of the half-emperors in Xian city from participating in the auction. This undoubtedly increased the quality of the auction. The financial strength of the remaining half-emperors was definitely not weak. In this way, the value of the items in the auction would also increase by quite a bit. In the room of the inn, Xiao Yan could not help but reveal a trace of shame. 500,000 spirit coins was truly an exorbitant demand. If it was in the past, Xiao Yan might have hesitated for a long time. However, now, with the amount of spirit stones he had obtained in the desolate ancient ruins, this amount of spirit coins was naturally nothing. Chapter 725. A countless number of people within Xian city were shocked by the high entrance fee. 500,000 spirit coins. This was enough to eliminate over half of the people in Xian city from this auction. Faced with such a high entrance fee, those people could only bitterly return even though they were unwilling. After all, they had witnessed the strength of this group of black-robed people. From the looks of the enormous spiritual strength that had surged out from their bodies earlier, the strength that this group of people possessed was definitely not below that of a Do Di. With just this group of Ban Di in the city, it was likely that they would not be a match for them even if they were to attack together. The people in the city were aware of this point. Although most of the people had missed the opportunity to participate in the auction this time around, the remaining group of people would not miss such a good opportunity. A moment later, numerous human figures within the city rushed into the sky and arrived in front of the black-robed person standing in front of the spatial tunnel. A small group of people among them held an indifferent attitude toward the 500,000 spirit coins. However, most people's faces would involuntarily reveal an extremely pained expression when they took out the 500,000 spirit coins. Clearly, even though the remaining group of people had the capital to participate in this spatial auction, this capital did not mean that they were absolutely wealthy. Within a short moment, the front of the spatial tunnel was already filled with people. In order to maintain order, the black-robed person had no choice but to reveal a little of his might. Only then did the chaotic crowd become orderly and separate into 3 lines. Even though this was the case, the end of these 3 lines had already reached the end of one sight. From this, one could tell just how great the influence of this spatial auction was. Each time a faction entered the spatial tunnel, 500,000 spirit coins would land in the sleeves of the black-robed person or an item of similar value. No one was an exception to this point. Even the 2 large clans had to hand over 500,000 spirit coins. Xiao Yan was wearing a black robe. His body was completely covered by the black robe. His eyes watched the long line in front of him gradually move forward. His heart felt somewhat helpless. It was unexpected that entering the auction house was actually so troublesome. Earlier, he had merely been a little slower and ended up at the back of the line. However, he did not know just how long he would have to wait until he entered the auction house. Ugh, as he thought of this, Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily let out a soft helpless sigh. Soon after, however, when Xiao Yan's gaze randomly glanced over the crowd in front of him, the expression in his eyes suddenly became dull. In his sight, there were a couple of human figures standing in the queue. Looking at those familiar faces, they were the people from the 2 large clans. They are actually also. Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He involuntarily felt a surprise in his heart. He did not expect that the people from the 2 large clans would actually be in the line. Originally, Hui Yuhao thought that with the strength of the 2 large clans, they would receive special treatment and should have already entered the auction house. However, looking at their current appearance, their faces seemed to be filled with helplessness. Their faces were somewhat ashen. It was obvious that they were extremely dissatisfied in their hearts. They did not expect that with the strength of their clans, they would actually have to line up here. However, Xiao Yan thought about it again and his heart felt relieved. The strength of this group of black-robed people was extraordinary. Even the 4 large sects were a little wary of them. Naturally, the two large clans would not dare to provoke them. With regards to their rules, it was likely that even the people from the Heavenly Sword sect could only obediently abide by them. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the two men from the Hua clan as a glint flashed across his eyes. Immediately, his gaze landed on the Bai clan father and son. Both of his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the two. Suspicions involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's heart. At the same time, he also felt a sense of seriousness. The father and son were extremely scheming. They were able to treat everything with caution. Whatever they did, they seemed to have a motive. This was especially so for Bai Zhan, who had purposely concealed his strength. This was something that even the other three large clans did not know. Even though the three large clans had their suspicions, they were unable to find any evidence to prove Bai Zhan's strength. Even when they tried to probe him and threatened him with their lives, this fellow actually did not pay any attention to them. Just based on this point alone, it was enough to be called frightening. With this father and son duo in the Bai clan, their future was likely to be extraordinary. Although a powerful tiger could take a person's life, it would also suffer the pain of a counterattack. However, a venomous snake that hid in the dark was different. Once it attacked and bit down, not only would it not give a person the chance to counterattack, it would also take a person's life. There was no chance of survival. The Heavenly Sword sect was like a ferocious tiger, while the Bai clan was like a venomous snake that was entrenched under its body. Once it revealed its venomous fangs, no matter how powerful the Heavenly Sword sect was, it would be difficult for them to escape death. This Bai clan must be treated with caution. Even though Xiao Yan had a secret agreement with the Bai clan, Xiao Yan had no choice but to be cautious. This group of people had been working under the Heavenly Sword Gate for many years. Everything they did was for the sake of lying low and waiting for the best opportunity to completely overthrow the Heavenly Sword Gate. Their scheming was so deep that it caused one's back to feel a chill. It was likely that regardless of whether it was Xiao Yan or any other faction that cooperated with them, it was likely that they would be terrified. Huh. Suddenly, Bai Ying, who was a 3-star Dodi in the front of the group, suddenly frowned. He turned his head and his sharp eyes swiftly swept over the group behind him. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed a gaze with a hidden meaning. That gaze was clearly aimed at them. Moreover, that kind of feeling caused Bai Ying's heart to tremble slightly. The depths of his heart swayed slightly. That was fear. How can this be? Who is that person? What is he planning to do? Why does he cause me to feel afraid? Bai Ying's sleek red face had unknowingly turned pale. The expression in his eyes was especially grave. Threads of cold sweat slowly flowed down from his forehead. Even the breath in his nose had swayed slightly. That gaze from earlier had caused him to sense a trace of a dangerous aura. It was as though that gaze could take away his life. It was just like the sickle of a ghost, causing one's heart to tremble. He had sensed this kind of feeling not long ago. It was from that young man in the desolate ancient remains a couple of months ago. That young man was terrifyingly strong despite his young age. Could it be him? Bai Ying's heart involuntarily thought of a person. Although he did not expect it, that person's figure would linger in his mind once he thought of it. It was just like a dream. Father, what is it? Bai Zhan by the side had a slight change in expression when he sensed the change in expression on Bai Ying's face. He understood his father very well. His father's mental state had never changed in so many years. No matter who or what he faced, he would always be able to calmly face it. However, at this moment, the sudden change in expression on his father's face caused him to feel a little uneasy. It's nothing. That should be a misconception. Try to be careful when you enter the auction house later. Not only must you be careful of these few hungry wolves, there are also other people, Bai Ying vaguely spoke. After which, he slowly turned around and inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he gradually calmed down. Bai Zhan knit his brows tightly when he heard this. The suspicion in his heart involuntarily increased. At the same time, he also felt shocked. He could sense that his father's mental state had undergone a change. This was the first time this had happened in so many years. Chapter 726. The queue in the sky above Xian City was very long. This meant that the time needed to enter the spatial auction house was also very long. In reality, this process lasted for an entire day. When Xiao Yan entered the auction house, the sky above Xian City was already close to dusk. However, the queue behind him was still very long. From this morning until dusk, there was still such a huge flow of people. From this, it could be seen how great the attraction of the spatial auction was to ordinary people. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan had successfully entered the auction house. Everything that happened in the outside world naturally had nothing to do with him anymore. When Xiao Yan walked to the front of the spatial tunnel, the black-robed person, who was originally not moving and only caring about collecting money, suddenly moved. Xiao Yan's face carried a doubtful expression as he turned his head. The latter also turned his head at the same time. However, due to the black robe covering them, both parties were unable to see each other's faces. "You are very special." Faintly, just as Xiao Yan turned around and was about to step into the spatial tunnel, the old man's old and hoarse voice suddenly sounded beside Xiao Yan's ear. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. He had clearly tried his best to hide all of his aura. However, he did not expect that he would still be recognized by someone. Xiao Yan believed that an ordinary Dou Di or an alchemist of the same level would not be able to detect his exact strength. However, this black-robed person was actually able to do so. This meant that the latter was either a high-class Dou Di or an alchemist of rank 4 or above. Moreover, he was both of these. With this thought in his heart, Xiao Yan's figure quickly disappeared from the empty space. Dazzling white light filled Xiao Yan's surroundings, causing him to be unable to open his eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan only felt an intense white light pass through his eyelids. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut. He could not help but raise his hands to block in front of his eyes. A moment later, Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes. The thing that appeared in front of Xiao Yan was a square. In front of this square was an enormous building that appeared like an ancient city. It was like a fierce beast that was in a deep slumber. The invisible aura that it emitted caused one's heart to feel fear. Xiao Yan looked around the space in front of him. This space was not considered big. At a glance, there was no other space other than the ancient building in front of them. What entered their eyes was a vast expanse of void. When they focused their attention, they could vaguely see some wrinkle-like spatial cracks at the edge of this space. Those spatial cracks were clearly left behind by someone with the purpose of sealing this space. Of course, in addition to this, in the deeper parts of the void, there were waves of powerful spatial turbulence that were like poisonous snakes circling around this space. Anyone who stepped into this space would immediately be swallowed by the spatial turbulence. However, at this moment, numerous human figures were leaping towards the huge building in front of them. Everyone's face had changed from the painful expression from before. Their eyes were filled with a fiery passion as they quickly flew towards the huge building that had already opened its door. Is this the spatial auction house? It's quite imposing. The ancient building looked quite old. Other than the pitch-black and heavy building itself, there was also a rich vicissitude aura gathered within this space. Xiao Yan's footsteps followed the crowd that appeared behind him. He leaped and flew towards the huge auction house in front of him. The interior structure of the auction house was not much different from an ordinary auction house. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that the seating arrangement here was different from an ordinary auction house. In this place, regardless of whether one was a Ban Di or a Dou Di, one's seat was the same. Xiao Yan randomly found a seat. The number of people that surged in from the outside world also decreased. In the end, the auction house was filled to the brim and the flow of people entering the auction house also came to an end. Xiao Yan's figure sat in the middle of the crowd within the huge auction house. He eyed the empty crystal platform below the audience seats. Both of his eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, a buzzing sound was emitted from the quiet stone platform below. At the same time this sound was emitted, everyone present felt that the entire auction house was shaking. Soon after, in front of the gazes of everyone present, the crystal platform in the middle of the auction house actually began to shake clearly at this moment. At the same time, the height of the entire stone platform also rose at this moment. Everyone in the auction house only sighed in relief when the stone platform stopped shaking. However, at the next moment, when they once again raised their eyes to look at the middle of the stone platform, a human figure had unknowingly stood in the middle of the stone platform. This human figure was different from those black-robed people that they had seen in the outside world earlier. Although this human figure was also an old man, the way he dressed was no different from an ordinary old man. At the very least, compared to those black-robed people, this old man was even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. At the very least, he would not cause people to reject him. Of course, other than this, under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the strength of this plainly dressed old man was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the strength of this old man in front of him had already completely exceeded the range of Xiao Yan's probing. It was likely that the strength of this old man was at the very least above a 7-star Do D. As for the latter's spiritual strength, Xiao Yan did not sense it. This could not be denied that he did not have it. After all, the strength of that group of black-robed people outside was already frighteningly strong. It might not be that this old man did not have spiritual strength. It was just that his spiritual strength was too strong. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily trembled when he thought of this. This western region was really a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The so-called 4 large sects were not the true overlords. The true experts were always hidden in the world. Even though they were close at hand, it was still impossible for others to discover them. Everyone, the old me is the auctioneer for this auction. I will first wish that everyone who has come here today will be able to return with a fruitful harvest and obtain the items that you desire. The words of this old man were a little straightforward. He did not beat around the bush, nor did he flatter. Perhaps those things were unnecessary in his opinion. After a short period of nonsense, the old man did not say anything else. His sleek, white hand randomly drew across the empty space in front of him. Soon after, a palm-sized jade box landed in the old man's hand out of nowhere. Following this, a surging energy aura spread out from within the jade box. This is the first auction item today, the jade bone fruit. Chapter 727. The first item to be auctioned, the jade bone fruit, was a kind of fruit that was filled with a large amount of do qi. After it was refined and swallowed, it could increase the practitioner's cultivation by a certain amount in the shortest amount of time. Of course, the amount of increase in one's cultivation was divided according to one's strength. At that moment, the jade bone fruit being auctioned could at most increase the strength of a half-martial emperor by a tiny bit. However, it was precisely because of that the vast majority of the people in the auction were half-martial emperors. Thus, the appearance of the jade bone fruit immediately attracted the fervent gazes of many people. After hearing the old man's introduction, the emotions of everyone present were swiftly lifted. The originally somewhat solemn auction house immediately became lively. Numerous heated gazes were like eagle claws as they stared intently at the jade box in the old man's hand. At this moment, within the opened lid of the jade box, a fruit that was as white as jade was slowly lying within the jade box. Jade bone fruit. The starting price is 800,000 spirit coins. The ceiling is 5 million. The old man's faint voice was slowly emitted from the stone platform. Soon after, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly became dull when they heard this number. Everyone's hearts involuntarily paused for an instant. 800,000 spirit coins. They had already paid 500,000 spirit coins in order to enter this auction house. However, they did not expect that the price of the first auction item would be so high. It was really difficult to imagine just how high the price of the later auction items would be. Ladies and gentlemen, although the price we offered seems high, everything has to be based on one's strength. The jade bone fruit can help a half-martial emperor increase their strength by 10 miles in the shortest amount of time without any side effects. This is something that 800,000 spirit coins can't do no matter how hard you try. Money is merely a worldly possession. Using worldly possessions to exchange for permanent strength, I believe that everyone present has their own conclusions. No matter how good money is, it cannot be kept for one's entire life. It is even more impossible for it to save one's life at a critical moment. Don't forget that on this continent, strength is respected. As long as one has strength, would anyone be short of 800,000 spirit coins? Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, the old man's expression was calm and his heart was incomparably calm. He did not know how many times he had seen such a scene and had experienced it many times. He could easily guess what the people present were worried about. Hence, after his words, all the indicators pointed towards the strength of the people present. That's right, strength was respected in the Yuanwu continent. With strength, who would care about 800,000 spirit coins? I bid 800,000 spirit coins. 900,000. 950,000. 1 million. After a short moment of hesitation, the first cry was emitted from an unknown spot in the auction ground. Following which, repeated calls for bids sounded in the auction ground. Within a short moment, the value of the jade bone fruit had far exceeded the starting price of 800,000 spirit coins. It had even reached close to 2 million spirit coins. From this, one could see just how great an attraction this thing had to the people present. Of course, other than this, the elite Dodi who had witnessed all of this did not think so in their hearts. It was merely a jade bone fruit. Although it was able to increase the strength of a bandee, it was merely a little. 2 million spirit coins had already far exceeded the value of the jade bone fruit. 3 million spirit coins. Suddenly, just as the crowd in the auction ground was becoming increasingly intense, an auction that had exceeded everyone's expectations suddenly sounded from a certain spot on the stone stage. It was just like a sudden thunder that shook one's soul. Those bandee experts on the stone stage, who were repeatedly raising the price, focused their eyes. They saw that the person who had spoken was a human figure wrapped in a black robe. The face of this human figure could not be seen clearly. However, since he was able to come to this place and even bid for the jade bone fruit, it was likely that he was at least a bandee. TSK, 3 million spirit coins to bid for a jade bone fruit. This kind of price is likely enough to buy 2 or 3 in the outside world. It is unexpected that there would actually be such a foolish person who would bid for it. 3 million spirit coins right off the bat. This kind of person is either rich or a fool. Hey, to be able to become a bandee and come here, which one of them is a fool? Words that contained some ridicule sounded one after another from the stone stage. Other than some unreconciled gazes, there were also some eyes that were filled with cold laughter and ridicule as they looked at the black-robed person. After all, using 3 million spirit coins to bid for a jade bone fruit had indeed exceeded the value of the jade bone fruit. This mister has bid 3 million spirit coins for the jade bone fruit. Is there anyone who is willing to raise the price? At this moment, the old man on the crystal stage below finally revealed a smile on his calm face. It was a smile of satisfaction. From his point of view, the value of this jade bone fruit was at most 2,500,000 spirit coins. However, he never expected that the mysterious black-robed person would actually raise the price to 3 million spirit coins right off the bat. This was truly a pleasant surprise. The old man's gaze swept across the auction ground in front of him. As the old man spoke, the entire place suddenly quieted down. No one said anything else. The old man seemed to have received the answer from their eyes and withdrew his gaze. Since no one is going to raise the price, I will announce that this jade bone fruit will be sold to this mister for 3 million spirit coins. The old man's gaze quickly swept across the auction ground. In the end, he firmly fixed his gaze on the black-robed person who had bid for the jade bone fruit. As he laughed, he slowly lifted the jade box in his hand that was once again covered. Mister, the rules of the auction ground are to sell on the spot. One hand for the money, and the other hand for the goods. I wonder if Mr. Swoosh. Before the old man finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly flashed across the auction ground. It was like a shooting star, but also like a bolt of lightning. It shot towards the old man on the crystal stage. The old man's expression did not change. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out and blocked the incoming ray of light. Soon after, he extended his hand and grabbed it. A low-grade storage ring appeared in his hand. The old man smiled slightly. With a thought, a wisp of spiritual strength was quickly injected into the storage ring. After a round of checking, he raised his head and once again looked at the black-robed figure. He smiled and nodded as he said, "Yes, senior brother. That's right. There are 3 million spirit coins in here. Mister, the jade bone fruit is yours." The old man smiled. At the same time, the hand that was holding the jade box pushed forward. The jade box immediately soared into the air and quickly shot towards the black-robed person. The black-robed person extended his hand and a suction force gushed out from his palm. He grabbed the jade box that had yet to arrive in his hand. Soon after, he turned his wrist and the jade box in his hand was stored in the storage ring. Under the black robe, the corners of the young man's mouth curled into a smile. Looking at his face, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? In the next moment, the old man withdrew his gaze. His eyes once again swept across the entire auction ground. 2 red hands gently pressed against the empty space. Everyone's gaze in the auction ground followed and looked towards the old man. The second item to be auctioned is a spirit rank cultivation method. Chapter 728. In the first auction, the jade bone fruit was successfully auctioned off at a high price of 3 million spirit coins. This was undoubtedly a good start for the auction this time around. When the smile on the old man's face on the auction stage relaxed, one after another quite valuable auction items appeared in the old man's hands. Various chi methods and do techniques appeared one after another. This old man was just like a treasure trove. It was as though the treasures in his hands were inexhaustible. Of course, following the successful auction of the first auction item, the atmosphere in the auction house was gradually stirred up. The old man on the auction stage also struck while the iron was hot. He took out other auction items one after another. These auction items also relied on their high value and the auctioneer's intentional flattery to cause everyone in the auction house to raise the price crazily. Sounds of bidding continuously sounded in the auction house. Following which, the corners of the old man's mouth gradually lifted into a smile. In the end, these auction items were all sold for quite a good price. However, it must be said that the reason these auction items were able to be sold for such a high price was not a coincidence. From the looks of the quality of these auction items, they were definitely the most precious items that Xiao Yan had seen in all these years. Of course, this kind of preciousness was only seen through the eyes of the public. The things that could truly move the hearts of Xiao Yan and those elite Do Di on the stage had yet to appear. As time slowly flowed by, the auction ground continued under this fiery atmosphere for a couple of hours. At the same time, the quality of the auction items that appeared in the auction ground became increasingly higher. The atmosphere within the auction ground also became increasingly fiery. This auction continued for a full day. At this moment, some of the auction items that had appeared were already able to cause those elite Do Di in the auction ground to bid. Some of them even caused Xiao Yan to have the impulse to bid. However, after some consideration, Xiao Yan still did not easily open his mouth. It was better to choose something that was suitable for him when purchasing things. As those elite Do Di on the stage competed with each other, the atmosphere within the auction ground became increasingly fiery. Due to the fact that most of the factions that participated in the auction this time around were factions under the rule of the Heavenly Sword sect, most of them did not see eye to eye with each other due to their own interests. If some of the factions that had a fiery relationship with each other were to meet, they would definitely go all out to raise the price. That imposing manner of not giving up until the other party was crushed caused quite a number of people to quietly click their tongues. They were indeed worthy of being factions under the rule of the Heavenly Sword sect. Compared to those ordinary factions present, this kind of wealth was not something that they could easily achieve. Xiao Yan could not help but laugh involuntarily in the face of those red-eyed and thick-necked people. His body lazily leaned against the back of the chair. He extended a finger and gently tapped on the armrest. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, which seemed to be watching a show, the old man on the auction stage waved his sleeve. Following a flash of light, another jade box appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The instant that jade box appeared, an extremely dense bloodthirsty aura surged out from within. A thin layer of red-colored fog agglomerated in the empty space around the jade box. If one were to carefully sniff it, one would actually be able to smell a faint bloody scent from it. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is a monster core. On the auction stage, the old man's mouth opened and closed as he slowly spat out a sentence. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the stage immediately looked towards the jade box in the old man's hand in unison. They couldn't help but reveal a wisp of doubt in their eyes. This old man actually took out a monster core in an auction of this level. Isn't this a little too casual? It should be known that in the Origin Martial Continent, the monster cores of ordinary low-rank magical beasts were no longer of interest to ordinary experts below the half-emperor level. After all, as one's strength increased, the monster cores of low-rank magical beasts were no longer of any value to half-emperors. As for the monster cores of high-rank magical beasts, although they were precious, they were very difficult to obtain. Not to mention how difficult it was to kill a high-rank magical beast. Even if one had the ability to kill it, these magical beasts would usually risk their lives and self-destruct their monster cores at the last moment in order to achieve the goal of perishing together with their enemies. It was precisely because of this that high-rank monster cores that could truly be auctioned on the continent were extremely rare. After all, when faced with powerful magical beasts, even humans were unwilling to rashly become enemies with them. Experts naturally had their own rules. Perhaps they were unwilling to follow them in the beginning, but as time passed, they would naturally understand each other better. No one wished to bring disaster upon themselves. As a result, the deaths of truly powerful magical beasts were even rarer. This also meant that the monster cores of high-rank magical beasts were destined to be pitifully few and far between. Everyone did not mishear. The auction item for this round is a monster core. The old man spoke once more, and his firm tone confirmed the suspicion in everyone's hearts. As the old man's words sounded, the expressions of everyone on the stage changed slightly. However, at this moment, from where the Bai clan and the Hua clan were located, Bai Ying's eyes instantly locked onto the jade box in the old man's hand below the stage. A fiery heat surged within his eyes. As for Bai Zhan by the side, even though the emotions in the depths of his heart were similarly fluctuating, there was an indifferent expression on his face. On the other side, Hua Ting and Hua Yuning from the Hua family revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Others might not know, but they knew. Wasn't this what they had waited so long for? Now, it had finally come. On the stone stage, the old man flicked his finger, and a stream of light immediately shot out from his fingertip. It lifted the jade box but did not shatter it. The lid of the jade box flew into the air, revealing a fist-sized scarlet bead in the jade box. This bead was a magic core. The moment this golden-red monster core was exposed to the air, a wild and violent energy uncontrollably rose from it. A scarlet blood mist spread out like a cloud of smoke, condensing into a blurry magical beast in the air in front of the old man. Roar! A low beastly roar was emitted from the blood mist. Even though everyone present knew that the magical beast's body was already dead, the hearts of most people could not help but tremble when they heard this beast roar. Soon after, a feeling of horror involuntarily rose in everyone's hearts. Currently, what appeared before them was merely the monster core of this magical beast. It did not have any intelligence, and was at most a rock that contained a wild and violent energy. Even so, this monster core was still able to release such a domineering power. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying this magical beast was when it was alive. Evil beast, your body is already dead. You are merely a thread of remnant aura, yet you actually dare to be rampant here. Break. The appearance of this scene did not cause much of a fluctuation to appear on the old man's face. It was as though all of this was within his expectations. Seeing the blood mist agglomerate, the old man waved his sleeves. Powerful Do Qi immediately surged out, wrapping around this cluster of blood mist from all directions. Soon after, the old man twisted his wrist after this cluster of blood mist was wrapped by the Do Qi. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly, and the cluster of blood mist that was wrapped by the dochi exploded with a bang, gradually scattering in the empty air. When everyone on the stage saw this scene, the expressions on their faces changed one after another. When they looked at the old man on the stone platform, shock involuntarily surged into their eyes. That magical beast was already extremely powerful. However, from the looks of it, this old man seemed to be even more terrifying. Everyone, you have also seen that although this evil beast is already dead, it still has the ability to retaliate. This is all because this beast's strength had already reached the level of a human 5-star Do-di when it was alive. Hua! Everyone present was immediately shocked when the words from the old man's mouth sounded. Although they had thought that this magical beast's strength was extraordinary when it was alive, they were at the very most certain that it was a Do-di class magical beast. However, they did not expect that this fellow's strength had actually reached the level of a 5-star Do-di. Xiao Yan, who was seated lazily in the viewing gallery, suddenly raised his eyes at this moment. His gaze instantly landed on the completely round fist-sized scarlet monster core. His eyes similarly revealed a surprised expression. It was unexpected that this monster core was actually the monster core of a 5-star Do-di. On the other 2 sides, the people from the Bai clan and the Hua clan were similarly staring at the monster core with heated gazes at this moment. Although they already had an answer in their hearts still involuntarily became even more excited and surprised when they heard this old man personally say it. Xiao Yan was naturally observing the situation of these 2 clans at all times. Immediately, Xiao Yan's heart gained some understanding of the general purpose of these 2 clans' trip. He did not dare to say everything, but at the very least, this monster core of a 5-star Do-di class magical beast was definitely within their plans for this trip. Huh? Bai Ying, who was originally staring at the monster core with an excited expression, suddenly frowned. His gaze suddenly turned and swept over the viewing gallery. Just a moment ago, it was that gaze again. He had once again sensed that aura. Just who is he? Bai Ying was quietly shocked in his heart. He inhaled a deep breath of air and was just about to withdraw his gaze when the expression in his eyes became slightly stern. He once again raised his eyes and looked over. On the opposite side, Hua Ting from the Hua clan was staring at him with widened eyes. Just a moment ago, he had also sensed an unusual aura. Without any hesitation, he believed that the origin of the aura was the Bai clan. The 2 of them looked at each other from a distance. They were separated by an auction ground, but they quickly frowned at the same time. This was because they had also sensed that the mysterious aura did not originate from the other party. Chapter 729. The owner of this monster core does not intend to use spirit coins to auction this monster core. Instead, he hopes to use something of equivalent value to exchange for this monster core. Therefore, everyone present can just bid. The value of the items that you bid will be judged by me. The person who bids the highest will obtain this monster core. Everyone, please begin. The old man slowly extended his arm after he finished speaking. He made a please gesture to everyone present. In an instant, the large auction ground was filled with discussions. However, no one bid after a long while. It was not that they did not want this monster core. It was just that they were unable to take out something of equivalent value to a 5-star Do-di class monster core. At this moment, even the few elite Do-di on the tall platform involuntarily revealed a difficult expression on their faces. Although they each had their own trump cards in their hands, the auction had yet to reach its end. The finale item had yet to appear. They were more or less unwilling to spend their trump cards now. No one bid in the large auction ground. Gradually, the discussions quietly scattered. Everyone looked at each other. Some people wore cold smiles on their faces, some were indifferent, and there were even some who held an eager attitude as they attempted to bid at the last moment to obtain this monster core at the lowest price. Time passed second by second. The people in the auction hall seemed indifferent, but in fact, everyone was suppressing a burning fire in their hearts. If there was really no one to bid, these people would definitely make a move at the last moment. The old man on the auction stage had a calm expression. His heart was not the slightest ripple. It was just as he had said earlier. This old man had seen such a situation many times. It could be said that he was very familiar with it. He had even seen worse situations. What could this little thing in front of him be considered? The old man's bright old eyes slowly swept over the auction ground. First, they paused on the members of the Hua clan. After which, they paused on the father and son of the Bai clan. When his gaze landed on the handsome Bai Zhan, the expression in the old man's eyes flickered. A surprise involuntarily flashed deep within his eyes before it was immediately withdrawn. I'm very regretful. Since no one is bidding for this auction item, the old me can only regretfully announce that this monster core will be, I bid a tier 3 medicinal pill. At a certain moment, the old man shook his head regretfully. Just as he was about to put away the jade box in his hand, a voice suddenly sounded within the auction ground. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned over. The person who had bid earlier was a shifty-eyed middle-aged man. From the looks of the timing of his bid, it was obvious that he was intending to make a huge profit. Unfortunately, he was not the only one present who had such thoughts. I bid 2 tier 3 medicinal pills. I bid 3. 4. Everyone's eyes were focused on the jade box in the old man's hand. The people from the large factions no longer hesitated. The Hua clan and the Bai clan looked at each other from a distance. To them, only the two of them were formidable opponents in this auction. Only they could stop them from obtaining this monster core. The others were merely a group of clowns who could not even be brought to the stage. Bai Ying and Hua Ting looked at each other from a distance. It was as if they wanted to see through each other. The Hua clan and Hua Ting's clapping became increasingly intense. The atmosphere, which had been silent for a moment, seemed to be accumulating energy, waiting for this moment to erupt. Originally, no one had bid because of the high price. However, at this moment, everyone's voices were louder and louder. The Hua clan and Hua Ting's clapping sounds were like waves crashing against the ground. I bid a high-level spiritual secret art. At a certain moment, a somewhat low and deep shout resounded in the noisy auction ground. This sound was like the sound of a bell that reverberated endlessly, reverberating in the ears of everyone present. The auction ground, which was originally as noisy as boiling water, gradually quietened down because of this one sentence. Although a tier 3 medicinal pill was precious, it was clearly not enough when compared to a high-level secret art. Compared to a consumable like a medicinal pill, a secret art could be passed down for hundreds of generations. It would play an important role in the future generations of a clan. In comparison, it was believed that most people would choose a secret art. With regards to this, the gradually quieting crowd already had an answer. On the auction stage, the old man also looked over and saw that the person who had spoken was Hua Ting from the Hua clan. The old man's eyes flickered slightly and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. Rather than saying that the secret art he had offered was too precious, in his opinion, it was more accurate to say that the Hua clan's deterrence was too strong. As one of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect, the Hua clan's influence in Xian City was obvious. However, which faction in this area did not fear the Hua clan? I bid 2 secret arts. Soon after, a loud clapping sound rang out from somewhere in the auction house. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. The old man on the auction stage had a faint smile on his face. Needless to say, the one who dared to argue with the Hua clan was the Bai clan. On the viewing platform, Bai Ying's figure stood upright as he looked at Hua Ting. His eyes were sharp. No matter what, this monster core had to fall into his hands today. I bid 3 secret arts. For secret arts. You, just as Hua Ting finished speaking, Bai Ying immediately spoke up, causing the latter's expression to involuntarily change slightly. Although this monster core was expensive, the secret art scroll in his hand was not something that he could take just because he wanted to. He had to consider everything for his clan first. This monster core was only one of his goals on this trip. If he paid too much at this time, it would undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble in the upcoming auction. 5 secret arts. After hesitating for a long time, Hua Ting finally spoke up again. This was already his bottom line. 5 high spirit secret arts. Even in the clan, this was still a considerable amount of wealth. 5 high-grade spirit rank techniques and 1 low-grade spirit rank technique. Bai Ying's expression was calm, and his tone did not show the slightest intention of backing down. Third Elder Hua, if you can continue to bid for 1 more high spirit secret art, I will give this monster core to you. Just as Hua Ting was about to speak, Bai Ying leisurely spoke up. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile, and a playful expression appeared in his eyes. You want to use this opportunity to trick me? The expression in Hua Ting's eyes hardened slightly, but soon after, he sneered. He had seen such methods many times. Then there is no need for Elder Hua to hesitate. Please go ahead. Bai Ying's expression did not change at all when he heard this. Instead, he sneered and gestured towards the ladder before returning to his seat. Upon seeing this, Hua Ting could not help but frown slightly. Beside him, Hua Yuning also frowned. Although this monster core was important, they had no choice but to hesitate. Since you want it, go ahead. If I am not wrong, you should be preparing it for Baijian. Chapter 730. Hua Ting coldly laughed. He had noticed that Bai Ying's gaze would occasionally land on Baijian when the two of them had called out to bid earlier. From the way he thought about it, this monster core should be auctioned for Baijian. Baijian had been trapped at the Do Di realm for many years. This was an indisputable fact in everyone's eyes. Even if he were to obtain this monster core and refine it, the wild and violent energy within the monster core would be completely refined. Even if he were to swallow it, the effect would be extremely small. At the very most, it would allow him to break through to a 2-star Do Di. However, there was still a world of difference when compared to their Hua clan. At the end of the day, he is just a piece of trash. Just take it. Hua Ting coldly snorted. Although he was still unwilling in his heart, the ultimate goal of this trip was not this. He could not lose the big picture for a small gain. Hua Ting exchanged glances with Hua Yuning by the side. Seeing that the latter's face did not show any emotion, Hua Ting finally returned to his seat. His gaze was cold as he looked at Bai Ying opposite him. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. Although this monster core did not land in their hands in the end, being able to make the Bai clan bleed was considered a happy thing. As for Hua Yuning, the latter was also very concerned about the monster core. However, at the same time, she also understood that the greatest goal of this trip was the final thing. Before that, they needed to preserve the strength in their hands. May I know if anyone is willing to bid a higher price? The old man's gaze slowly swept across the entire place on the auction stage. This was especially the case when his gaze passed by the few elite Do Di. His eyes would pause as though he was waiting for them to open their mouths. After looking around, the old man withdrew his gaze. He glanced at the jade box in front of him. After which, he turned his gaze and looked at Bai Ying in the viewing gallery. In that case, I would like to congratulate this mister for successfully obtaining this 5-star Do Di class monster core with 5 high spirit chi methods and 1 low spirit chi method. As he said this, the old man raised the jade box in his hand. It was as if he was telling Bai Ying that it was time to hand over the goods. Upon seeing this, the latter frowned and glanced at Hua Ting. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards the old man on the auction stage. He cupped his hands together respectfully towards the old man. With a wave of his large sleeve, 6 rays of light shot out from nowhere. Each of them drew a beautiful arc in the air as they swiftly shot towards the old man. On the auction stage, the old man's expression was calm. He looked at the 6 streams of light that were shooting towards him. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force swept out. When the 6 streams of light arrived in front of him, he had already controlled them. With a thought, they floated in front of the old man. Subsequently, after the old man carefully probed, he raised his head and swept his gaze over the entire place. Under the curious gazes of everyone present, he slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. These are the 5 high spirit chi methods and 1 low spirit chi method. This monster core belongs to you." Finally, the jade box in the old man's hand flew out the instant his words sounded. It turned into a ray of light that flew over the heads of the group of people in the viewing gallery, attracting numerous heated gazes. Finally, Bying extended his hand and beckoned. It turned into a jade box that he grabbed. After carefully inspecting it, he finally nodded gently. He turned his gaze and looked at Bai Zhan beside him. After nodding his head once again, he stored it into his storage ring. At this point, the auction of the monster core had come to an end. However, this was not the end of the auction. As various precious items flew out from the old man's hands, the originally fiery atmosphere in the auction house became even more intense. On the high platform, Xiao Yan's figure was lazily nestled in the chair. Although the items that were auctioned later were also quite valuable, there were not many that could truly attract Xiao Yan's attention. As for the people from the two great clans, they simply closed their eyes and rested. It was as if they were waiting for the end of the auction. Time slowly passed by. 3 days had passed since the start of the auction. During these 3 days, the atmosphere in the auction house had maintained an extremely lively state. The auctioned items were brought out one after another, causing these people to be in an extremely excited state from the beginning to the end. Almost every time an auction item was brought out, these people would shout at the top of their lungs with all their might. The atmosphere in the auction house became increasingly fiery. Spirit coins and various natural treasures, qi methods, and dou techniques leaped out of the mouths of these people like flowing water. Everyone in the auction house fought with each other. On the auction stage, the various auction items in the old man's hands repeatedly changed direction. However, the smile that was revealed on his old face never disappeared. The popularity of the auction this time around had already exceeded their expectations. This caused them to be surprised. However, they were even more pleasantly surprised. The grandeur of the auction was destined to bring great profits to their auction house. Naturally, the old man would not be unhappy. After another round of auction came to an end, countless people in the viewing gallery raised their heads. Numerous pairs of bright eyes stared intently at the old man on the auction stage. They were just like a pack of hungry wolves staring at their prey. Everyone, the item that will be auctioned next is something that most of the people present here will not be interested in. Of course, if everyone is willing, feel free to bid. On the auction stage, the old man had an amiable smile on his face. A pair of bright old eyes once again swept across the entire place. Ever since the start of the auction, a smile had been hanging on the old man's face. At this moment, even the skin at the corner of his eyes had been lifted into a smile. It was as though the wrinkles had accumulated over a long period of time. At the same time that his words sounded, the old man flipped his hand. Unlike before, the thing that appeared in the air above the old man's palm was not a jade box. Instead, it was a cluster of flames. The instant this cluster of flames appeared, the temperature in the auction house immediately changed. The gazes of the various strong people in the auction house uniformly landed on the cluster of flames. Their eyes could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The bright red flame emitted an extremely high temperature. The surrounding space was slightly distorted because of this temperature. This time around, the auction item was actually a cluster of flames. However, immediately after, when the people present focused their eyes on it, they could not help but frown slightly. Although this cluster of flames appeared ferocious, when they focused their attention on it, they could clearly see that there were actually a few dark green leaves directly below the cluster of flames. They stood gracefully under the flames, as though they had not been eroded by the flames. When the crowd took a closer look, they realized that the flower stem that was connected to the few leaves actually led directly to the interior of the cluster of flames. This ball of flame and the plant beneath it were basically connected in the same breath. From this point of view, rather than calling it a ball of flame, it would be more appropriate to call it a flower with the appearance of a flame. Chapter 731. Just as this flame-like flower appeared in front of everyone's eyes, on the high platform, Xiao Yan, who was resting on a chair with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. A tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes, and in the depths of his mind, the silent soul orb also slightly vibrated at this moment. The moment he opened his eyes, Xiao Yan's gaze immediately landed on the flame-like flower in front of the old man on the auction stage. This flame-like flower was Xiao Yan's main objective for this trip. Fire plume flower. At the same time that Xiao Yan opened his eyes, in another corner of the auction house, the Lin family father and son and Su Songming's gazes also landed on the fire plume flower at this moment. Coincidentally, their main objective for this trip was also here. As a medicinal ingredient, the fire plume flower was in great demand for many high-tier elixirs. In fact, there were some high-tier elixirs that could not be refined without the fire plume flower. This point was just like the ice spirit pill that Xiao Yan needed to refine. As a rank 3 alchemist, Su Songming naturally placed great importance on a high-tier medicinal ingredient like the fire plume flower. The reason why he participated in the auction in Xian City this time was mainly because he had heard that the fire plume flower was rumored to exist in this auction. He did not expect that he would actually come across it. As for the Lin family father and son, the reason why they wanted the fire plume flower was entirely because of Su Songming. As Lin Rant's teacher, regardless of their secret relationship, Su Songming was now a rank 3 alchemist. If they wanted to obtain his help, the Lin family had to make a contribution. For example, auctioning off the fire plume flower and then gifting it to Su Songming. This method would be able to bring the relationship between the two families closer in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, the previous unhappiness caused by the younger generation of the two families would naturally be written off. For the future of the Lin family, this was an inexhaustible benefit. After all, the power of a rank 3 alchemist was enormous. Furthermore, Su Songming was a member of the Alchemist Alliance. Once they were able to climb up this high branch, the future of the Lin family would be far greater than this. How could a small Xian city satisfy their deepest desires? What they desired was an even greater power, and the Alchemist Alliance would undoubtedly be able to help them fulfill this wish. As for Su Songming, he was merely a stepping stone on the Lin family's future path. Even though they still had to bow down to him and be courteous, they would treat all of this as an investment. When the day comes their return, they would be even more pleasantly surprised. Ladies and gentlemen, the flame in front of your eyes is actually not a real flame. It is actually a medicinal ingredient. Its name is fire plume flower. Fire plume flower. In Xian City's eyes, Xian City's S of S of the crowd's eyes instantly locked eyes. This is truly unexpected. In the past, we have only heard of its name but never seen its shadow. To think that this is the legendary fire plume flower. This is a medicinal ingredient used to refine rank 3 pills. TSK, not only rank 3 pills, many high-tier pills require the fire plume flower as a neutralizing agent. Without the fire spirit flower, those pills cannot be successfully refined. This is the main ingredient. In an instant, the crowd, which had quietened down due to the old man's reminder, once again burst into an uproar. They did not expect that the fire plume flower would appear this time. On the high platform, Xiao Yan's gaze locked onto the fire plume flower. The fiery glow in the depths of his eyes was self-evident. At the same time, the corners of his mouth also curled into a confident smile. No matter what, this fire plume flower must land in his hands today. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan seemed to have sensed something. His eyebrows slightly furrowed as he lifted his gaze and looked towards a certain direction. Immediately, Xiao Yan softly chuckled in his heart as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. That feeling came from the direction of Su Songming. At this moment, the latter's eyes were wide open as he stared at him. The enmity in his eyes was needless to say. Xiao Yan had embarrassed him twice. Today, in the auction, the two of them were eyeing the same item at the same time. This time, no matter what, Su Songming would definitely not let Xiao Yan take advantage of him. Everyone, regarding the fire plume flower, I believe that I do not need to introduce it further. The starting price is 8 million spirit coins, and each increment must not be less than 500,000 spirit coins. Of course, you can also use items of similar value as the auction item. Now, the auction for the fire plume flower begins. Even though the fire plume flower itself was extremely valuable, the people present were not fools. Even though the fire plume flower was good, in this world, other than alchemists, ordinary people would not be able to do anything about it even if they were to obtain it. If it were to be eyed by some people with bad intentions, it would instead become a hot potato. Because of this, although most of the people present were passionate about the fire plume flower, after some deliberation in their hearts, they still withdrew their thoughts. Although the treasure was good, it was not something that anyone could possess. Furthermore, they were unable to use it and there was no value in keeping it in their hands. Rather than that, it was better to wait and see. I am willing to bid 8 million spirit coins. Just as everyone was secretly hesitating whether to bid or not, on the high platform, the head of the Lin family, Lin Zehong, suddenly stood up and opened his mouth. His voice was like the sound of a bell, reverberating endlessly in the vast auction house. Seeing this scene, on the other side, Su Songming, who was staring at Xiao Yan, was slightly stunned. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. This was what he wanted to see. He did not have to put in any effort for the Lin family to help him auction off the fire plume flower. This would undoubtedly save him a lot of money, so why would he not do it? However, Su Songming did not seem to think that if the Lin family did not intend to give him the fire plume flower that they had auctioned off, how would he end up then? Fortunately, the Lin family's so-called motive for auctioning off the fire plume flower was him, Su Songming. However, it was poles apart from his inner thoughts. On the other side, when Xiao Yan heard that the first person to bid was actually from the Lin family, his face did not show much surprise. These two families were in the same boat and were jackals of the same tribe. The Lin family's action was completely within Xiao Yan's expectations. I bid 10 million spirit coins. Xiao Yan's face was calm as he said faintly. It was as if he did not care about the 10 million spirit coins. In fact, this was indeed the case. Chapter 732. 10 million spirit coins. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, the gazes of everyone in the auction ground immediately gathered on Xiao Yan's body. Numerous gazes were filled with shock. Everyone had a stunned expression on their faces. Who would have expected that this mysterious black-robed person would actually make such a big move? At this moment, even the people from the Hua clan and the Bai clan on the tall platform could not help but shift their gazes over. The two people from the Hua clan frowned as they stared at Xiao Yan, who was facing off against Su Songming in the auction ground. A strange expression involuntarily flashed across their eyes. 10 million spirit coins. If it was them, it was not that they could not take it out. However, it would also cause them to suffer a great loss. In that case, it would be troublesome for them in the auction later on. On the other side, the father and son of the Bai clan similarly stared at Xiao Yan in the auction ground. Bai Zhan's face revealed the same expression as the others. On the other hand, a worried expression involuntarily flashed across Bai Ying's face. Although he did not plan to auction this fire plume flower, the person in front of him gave him a strange feeling. That feeling was like a certain person, someone who had left a deep impression on him. I bid 11 million spirit coins. It was a long while later when the old man on the auction stage could not help but speak. Only then did the head of the Lin clan's face turn gloomy. His tone was especially deep and it sounded as though it was forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. 12 million spirit coins. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. He even stared intently at Su Songming in front of him. His eyes were cold and indifferent, without the slightest emotion. There was even a trace of a cold smile hidden within. Seemingly having sensed this, Su Songming involuntarily shivered. As a rank 3 alchemist, Su Songming's sensitivity was far from what an ordinary elite Do Di could compare with. Even the two from the two large clans could not be compared with him. In the huge auction ground, everyone's gaze repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and Lin Zheong. Until now, the situation in the auction ground was still within the control of these two people. However, when comparing them, most people still leaned towards Xiao Yan. This was because he was too calm. Xiao Yan was as calm as a stone pillar. Wind could not blow him away and lightning could not strike him. Regardless of how furious Su Songming was, Xiao Yan remained unmoved. At this moment, Lin Zhong's expression was gloomy. He had long expected that his Lin Zhong would pay a great price to curry favor with Su Songming. However, he did not expect that this black-robed person would be so calm. The latter's calmness caused Lin Zhong's heart to feel increasingly uneasy. Even though he continuously warned himself in his heart, once his state of mind was affected, it was not something that could be easily calmed down. I bid 13 million spirit coins. Lin Zhong clenched his teeth. His heart became increasingly anxious. 13 million spirit coins was already considered a large sum to their Lin clan. Once they took it out, it would definitely affect the foundation of their Lin clan in Xian City. 14 million. Xiao Yan's expression was calm. His tone was calm and neither salty nor indifferent. The words from his mouth immediately followed Lin Zhong's words. It seemed that he did not intend to give the latter any chance to breathe. Hearing the words that came out of Xiao Yan's mouth once again, Lin Zhong's body instantly became sluggish. Within his eyes, his pupils could not help but shrink slightly. A thread of cold sweat slowly rolled down from the corner of his forehead, indicating the struggle in his heart. If they increased the price, it would affect the foundation of the Lin family. If they did not increase the price, it would affect the relationship between the Lin family and Su Songming. This would indirectly affect the future of the Lin family. Both of these factors were extremely important to the current Lin family. No matter which one they lost, the future of the Lin family would be affected. Damn it. It's all because of you. If not for you, this fire plume flower would belong to my Lin clan. Staring at Xiao Yan from afar, Lin Zhong could not help but feel a ball of anger rising in his heart. He continuously struggled in his heart. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth again. I bid 15 million spirit coins. Lin Zhong said in a deep voice. His voice was so deep that it sounded like a low growl. 20 million spirit coins. This time, Xiao Yan directly increased the price by 5 million spirit coins. This caused Lin Zhong's body to violently tremble. The crowd in the auction hall also instantly focused their gazes on Xiao Yan. At this moment, every one of them had their mouths agape. Their faces were filled with a stunned expression. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like a lunatic in their eyes. A lunatic who had no scruples. Even if he did not lack spirit coins, money should not be squandered like this. That was a total of 20 million spirit coins. On the auction stage, the old man's face was all smiles as he looked at Xiao Yan on the stage. He recognized that it was this black-robed person who had won the first auction item. Moreover, from the looks of Xiao Yan's calm manner at this moment, it appeared that he did not care about 20 million Ling coins. As he thought of this, an additional curiosity appeared in the old man's eyes when he looked at Xiao Yan. It should be known that this was 20 million spirit coins. Even if it was him, he would have to think twice before taking out this amount of spirit coins. This fellow, where did he come from? Before this, I don't seem to have heard of someone like him. The old man quietly frowned in his heart. He randomly guessed Xiao Yan's identity. As for the 4 large sects and the like, they were all thrown out of his mind right from the start. This was because the old man had already seen through Xiao Yan's strength right from the start. A bandit. He did not think that such a person would belong to the 4 large sections. It should be known that the few true geniuses within the 4 large sects had already reached the Do-di class. It was also at this moment that the situation in the auction finally changed. The old man is willing to take out 10 low-grade spirit stones to auction this fire plume flower. Su Songming, who was standing opposite of Xiao Yan, stared intently at Xiao Yan. A cold smile, ridicule and disdain surged into his old eyes. What is the use of having so many spirit coins? The so-called spirit coins are nothing in front of spirit stones. Su Songming said disdainfully in his heart. At the same time, he extended his hand and exposed it to the air. A thought passed through his mind and a wave of light flashed. Soon after, 10 smooth white energy crystals, which were like suet jade, appeared in the air above Su Songming's extended hand and quietly floated. These 10 snow-white energy crystals were precisely 10 spirit stones. Hua! The appearance of this scene caused everyone in the auction ground to be shocked once again. They did not expect that a mere fire plume flower would actually cause such an uproar. Not only was the high price of 20 million spirit coins, even spirit stones were taken out. Chapter 733. In the huge auction hall, countless burning gazes fell on Su Songming like spotlights. To be precise, they were staring at the 10 spiritual stones that were floating in front of him. Everyone knew that all of the spirit coins on the continent were ultimately derived from spirit ores. Therefore, the value of spirit ores was usually above the value of spirit coins, which was exactly what was happening at the auction house at the moment. Xiao Yan had taken out 20 million spirit coins. Although the amount seemed to be a lot, if one were to really compared to 20 million spirit coins, almost everyone would choose 10 spiritual stones. The value of spiritual stones was incomparable to spirit coins. This was also the reason why Su Songming had such an insolent expression. Spirit coins were worthless in front of spiritual stones. Su Songming's lips slowly curled into a smile as he felt everyone's burning gazes on him. Under his deliberate control, the 10 spirit stones were like trophies revolving around Su Songming's body. He was like a champion under everyone's gaze, like a resplendent star. "Senior, you can drop the hammer now." Su Songming's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. He shifted his gaze and looked at the elder on the auction stage below. He did not care about Xiao Yan at all. It was as if the battle had ended with the spiritual stones in his hand. At this moment, he was only waiting for the moment to settle the score. "Mister, why are you so anxious? That person has not said that this is the end." The elder smiled faintly. From Xiao Yan's calm expression, he could tell that the latter's heart was not affected at all. "Huh, you're just a half-emperor. Even if you can take out 20 million spirit coins, this should be your limit. Let's not talk about how many spirit coins you have left. Based on the number of spirit stones you have, as long as you can take out 1 spirit stone more than me, I will give you this fire plume flower and the 10 spirit stones as a gift." The corners of Su Songming's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Speaking of spirit coins, perhaps the black-robed man in front of him still had some. But speaking of spirit stones, even the 10 spirit stones in his hand were not easy to come by. How could he believe that the black-robed man in front of him had spirit stones? The crowd burst into an uproar as soon as these words were spoken. Everyone hated that they didn't have 11 spirit stones. Otherwise, they would have taken the spirit stones from Su Songming's hands. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and a strange expression appeared on his face. He looked at Su Songming in the distance as if he was looking at a fool. Since you don't have it, then sit down obediently. This old man is determined to get the fire plume flower." A ruthless look appeared on Su Songming's face. After suffering 2 blows, this time, he could finally repay the pain that Xiao Yan had caused him. "Hee, who told you that I can't take out spirit stones? Are spirit stones exclusive to you?" However, Xiao Yan smiled coldly. His smile was filled with mockery. Ugh! Upon hearing this, Su Songming's expression was slightly stunned. Soon after, a thick feeling of unease swiftly rose from the bottom of Su Songming's heart. "Don't tell me, he really has spirit stones?" Su Songming's heart was slightly sluggish. He really didn't dare to believe that this black-robed man really had spirit stones. One must know that after so many years of hard work and savings, the number of spirit stones that he had accumulated was only 100. This time, for the fire plume flower, he had already taken out 1/10 of his spirit stones. How could this half-emperor before him have spirit stones? Under everyone's gazes, the smile that was lifted from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth became increasingly cold. He did not expect that Su Songming would actually say such words. This was no different from cupping one's hands and giving it away. "Heh, who doesn't have spirit stones?" Xiao Yan softly sneered. Soon after, with a thought, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Soon after a flash of light, a completely white energy crystal appeared in front of Xiao Yan. This was a spirit stone. However, after seeing this scene, the worry on Su Songming's face instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a sinister sneer. Ha 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 ha. So, you only have one spirit stone. Just based on this, you want to obtain the fire plume flower, you. However, before the laughter from Su Songming's mouth sounded, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan became distorted once again. Another spirit stone appeared. Soon after, another one appeared. When Xiao Yan finally stopped, there were exactly 11 spirit stones floating in front of Xiao Yan. Compared to the spirit stones that Su Songming had taken out, there was one spirit stone more. How is this possible? Su Songming's face was filled with disbelief. He really didn't expect that Xiao Yan would actually be able to take out 11 spirit stones. In his anger, Su Songming waved his sleeve without hesitation. Immediately, another 10 spirit stones appeared in front of Su Songming. So what if you have 11 spirit stones? I don't believe that you can have so many. The final winner will still be me. At this moment, Su Songming's expression was sinister. He simply threw the words that he had just said to the back of his mind. My friend, you have just said that if this gentleman can take out 11 spirit stones, you will give the fire plume flower to him. At the same time, you will also give him these 10 spirit stones. However, at this moment, the elder on the auction stage suddenly spoke. An invisible pressure spread out and suppressed Su Songming, who didn't care about anything else. Under the coercion of this pressure, Su Songming couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. However, he immediately gritted his teeth and his gaze fell on the elder on the auction stage. Elder, this is a matter between me and him. Elder shouldn't interfere. When he said these words, Su Songming's aura was clearly reduced. It wasn't for any other reason but because the elder on the auction stage was terrifyingly powerful. I shouldn't interfere in the matters between the two of you. However, this is the territory of the spatial auction. I have the right to control everything that happens here. Since you have already said those words, you should abide by them. Otherwise, I will use the name of the spatial auction to expel you from here forever. You will never be able to participate in the void auction again. The elder's words caused Su Songming's expression to change drastically. He didn't expect that this fellow would appear out of nowhere. In this way, not only would he not be able to obtain the fire plume flower, he would also have to give away the spirit stones that he had painstakingly accumulated to someone else. Most importantly, this person was someone that he couldn't wait to grind into dust. Just thinking about this caused a ball of anger to rise in Su Songming's heart. Chapter 734. In the end, due to the elder's appearance, even though Su Songming was extremely unwilling, he still sat down angrily. At the same time, other than the 10 spirit stones required to purchase the fire plume flower, the remaining 10 spirit stones also belonged to Xiao Yan. This was because he had said that as long as Xiao Yan was able to produce 11 spirit stones, the fire plume flower and the spirit stones would be gifted to Xiao Yan. This was something that Su Songming had personally said in front of so many people. Naturally, he could not go back on his words. Of course, the most important reason was because of the elder on the auction stage. Just like what the elder had said, he had the authority to manage any affairs in the void auction house. With just a word from him, Su Songming would never be able to participate in the void auction house in the future. Regarding this point, Su Songming did not have any doubts in his heart. After going through the intense competition previously, Su Songming clearly knew that the void auction house was hiding a huge amount of power. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely not miss it. It was also because of this that if he wanted to participate in the void auction house in the future, he must not offend the people in the void auction house. Although Su Songming was now a rank 3 alchemist, he also understood that his status as a rank 3 alchemist was nothing in the eyes of these fellows. As for Xiao Yan's side, after obtaining the fire plume flower, Xiao Yan was already satisfied. The other 10 spirit stones were gifted to the void auction house by Xiao Yan in his own name. Of course, the Void auction house did not lack these spirit stones. However, Xiao Yan's actions would make them feel good about him. At least, he would not be hated like Su Songming. On the auction stage, the elder kept the 20 spirit stones that were flying towards him. The smile on his aged face became even more amiable. However, all of this was directed towards Xiao Yan. Although Su Songming was the owner of these spirit stones, he was the previous owner. 20 spirit stones to the Void auction house was not considered a lot, but it was also not considered a small amount. To them, 20 spiritual stones were insignificant. However, to ordinary people, 20 spiritual stones might be more than what they had accumulated over the years. The value of these spiritual stones could not be measured by mere numbers. On the viewing platform, Xiao Yan returned to his seat and placed the fire plume flower into the jade box that he had prepared beforehand. After keeping it in his storage ring, he waved his hand and the 11 spirit stones that were floating around Xiao Yan entered his storage ring in a flash. Xiao Yan admitted that he was not a stingy person. However, he was far from being generous. The reason why he had handed over the 10 spirit stones to the elder on the auction stage was simply because these spirit stones did not belong to him in his eyes. What he had won from Su Songming was merely the right to use these 10 spirit stones. In Xiao Yan's eyes, the value of these spirit stones no longer mattered. Rather than keeping them, he might as well do them a favor. To put it bluntly, Xiao Yan did not need Su Songming's spirit stones at all. In Xiao Yan's eyes, the latter's spirit stones were just like ordinary stones. They were completely worthless. Retracting his thoughts, Xiao Yan's heart finally gradually calmed down at this moment. With the fire plume flower in his hands, this meant that he had basically gathered all the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill. Now, he only needed to wait for the east wind to arrive before he could begin refining the ice spirit pill. And this east wind was not referring to the ice spirit liquid, but the Bodhi restoration pill. The medicinal ingredients needed to refine the Bodhi restoration pill had already been gathered. Based on Xiao Yan's current medicinal ingredients, he had a total of 4 pills. In other words, Xiao Yan only had 3 chances of failing to refine the Bodhi restoration pill. If he failed the 4th time, then he would have no hope of refining the ice spirit pill. As for the ice spirit pill, even if Xiao Yan was conservative and tried his best to control the amount of medicinal ingredients within an acceptable range, a stalk of fire plume flower could only be used twice at most. Even if it was used together with the other medicinal ingredients, it would still be average. Therefore, even Xiao Yan only had 2 chances to refine the ice spirit pill. Once he failed, it would be impossible for him to gather all the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill again. On the other side, Su Songming looked at Xiao Yan, who was hiding under a black robe, from afar. Murderous intent gradually gathered in the depths of his turbid old eyes. The person before him had made him lose face time and time again. This kind of humiliation would make him unable to stand in front of others in the future. Once the realm auction ended and he returned to the Alchemist Alliance, this matter would quickly spread. At that time, he would be ridiculed again. How could Su Songming swallow this anger in his heart? Kid, this old man will definitely get revenge for today's humiliation. The other 3 families, Bai family, Hua family and Lin family were also observing the situation. The Bai family and Hua family were not concerned, but the atmosphere on the Lin family's side was somewhat gloomy. Originally, they wanted to give the fire plume flower to Su Songming as a gift. This way, they would be able to quickly improve the relationship between the 2 families. But now, not only did the auction of the fire plume flower meet with a nose full of dust, Su Songming must be extremely dissatisfied with them. Who knew what this old man would do to their Lin family after this matter? Fortunately, as a subordinate faction of the 2 great families, the Lin family did not have to worry about being targeted by Su Songming's men. After this small interlude, the old man unhurriedly took out another auction item. Regardless of the emotions in the hearts of the few families on the stage, once the auction started, unless it ended, no one would be able to stop it. Very quickly, the atmosphere on the auction stage was once again stirred up as the cheers grew louder. These people could not wait to go up on stage and directly snatch the auction item from the old man's hands. In the auction house, almost everyone's eyes were once again gathered on the auction item. Even the people from the two great families were no exception. Only Xiao Yan was currently lazily leaning against the back of his chair. Under the black robe, his eyes were slightly shut as he waited for the auction to end. With the fire plume flower in his hands, Xiao Yan had already achieved the main purpose of his trip to Xian City. As for the rest, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to care about them. He would let these lunatics fight for those items. As time passed, the auction became more and more popular. Even the value of the auction items on the stage rapidly increased. In the end, it was even related to spirit stones. A few of the precious auction items had already reached the stage where they could only be auctioned with spirit stones. This caused the majority of the people present to feel a great sense of regret in their hearts. At the same time, the expressions on their faces became even more fervent. Everyone, it's not that you don't know, but this year's auction is already nearing its end. I believe that most of the people present here are still not satisfied. Don't worry, our auction will be held in other places. However, if there are any friends who are interested, you can still participate. On the auction stage, the smile on the old man's face became increasingly radiant due to the consecutive high bids. At this moment, the old man revealed a warm smile to everyone present for the first time. Immediately, the old man's figure, which was standing at the edge of the auction stage, slowly retreated and walked to the center of the auction stage. His gaze once again swept across the entire auction house. Only then did he raise his hands and clap 3 times in succession with a face full of smiles. Clap. 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 In the next instant, the auction stage beneath the old man's feet suddenly shook. At the same time, the crowd on the high platform saw that, other than the area where the old man was standing, the auction stage around him had suddenly split apart. The originally complete auction stage had split into 4 pieces. Including the piece beneath the old man's feet, there were 5 pieces. The space that had been split apart was like a bottomless abyss. It was completely dark and empty. Soon after, 4 rays of light shot out from the crack. They were like 4 light walls that swiftly wrapped around the entire auction stage. The old man was also surrounded by the light walls. The appearance of this scene caused most of the people present to be startled. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised glint. The words of the old man earlier did not mean that the auction had ended. From the looks of the current situation, the item that was about to be auctioned next seemed to be a little unusual. Just from looking at this light wall, the elite Dodi present did not dare to underestimate it. Even the representatives of the 2 large clans, Baiying and Huating, did not have the confidence to break this light wall. Is it finally about to appear? Huating's shriveled hand slowly tightened under his wide sleeves. Hui Yuning by the side also focused her attention. Her gaze was fixed on the old man on the stage. The father and son of the Bai clan on the other side were also doing the same. Although the gazes of the other people were still heated, they did not know anything about the next auction item. Other than being curious in their hearts, they did not dare to have any other thoughts. Everyone, the next item is the final auction item of this auction. It is also the finale item of our auction house. The expression of the old man within the stone stage that was wrapped by the light wall gradually became solemn. His gaze slowly swept over the entire place. His eyes were sharp, causing the hearts of those who saw it to involuntarily tighten. Sensing the change in the atmosphere of the auction ground, Xiao Yan, who was resting with his eyes shut while waiting for the auction to end, could not help but slowly open his eyes. His gaze was surprised as he looked at the auction ground at this moment. Immediately, the old man withdrew his gaze when everyone's gazes gathered on him. Powerful Do Qi slowly surged within his body. After which, a deep old voice was slowly spat out from his mouth. Everyone has also seen that the light walls that have risen from all 4 sides are something that even an elite Do Di would not be able to easily break. Therefore, if there is anyone present who has other thoughts, it is best that they do not think too much about it. Although everyone present was in the endless empty space, the old man still spoke out to warn them. This was also to eliminate any unnecessary trouble. Seeing that everyone present were looking at each other, the old man's gaze once again swept over the entire place. He withdrew his gaze and paused for a moment. Only then did he use his feet to gently step on the ground 3 times. Soon after, another light shot out from the crack line in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a completely dark black ancient scroll. Finale auction item, Shing Class Chi Method. M. Chapter 735. Saint-Tier Cultivation Method. When these words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed. Some people were even stunned by these words, and some people looked at each other suspiciously, as if they were doubting their own ears, afraid that they had misheard and would attract mocking gazes. However, regardless of whether they were looking left and right or were filled with shock, when they once again looked at the old man in the auction hall, the answer in their hearts was confirmed. At this moment, the old man was holding a pitch-black scroll in one hand and holding it in the air above his palm. His old eyes were calm and collected as his turbid eyes swept across the hall once again. Everyone, you didn't hear wrongly. The final item of the auction is this Saint-Tier cultivation method. Hua. After hearing the old man's confirmation, the crowd no longer had any doubts. A clamor immediately sounded in the auction hall. The noise was so loud that it seemed as if the roof of the auction hall would be forcefully lifted off. Saint-Tier cultivation method? Is it really a Saint-Tier cultivation method? I never imagined that a Saint-Tier cultivation method would appear in the Western region. For a time, voices filled with shock continuously sounded in the auction hall. A Saint-Tier cultivation method was a super cultivation method that stood at the peak of all cultivation methods. Apart from Saint-Tier taboo cultivation methods, no other cultivation method could compare to it. As for Saint-class cultivation techniques, they were extremely rare even in the entire Yuan continent. In fact, in the past few hundred years, there had never been any news of a Saint-class cultivation technique appearing anywhere. Just this point alone was enough to show how rare Saint-class cultivation techniques were. Right now, a Saint-Tier cultivation method had actually appeared in the Western region, which was publicly recognized as the most barren place in the continent. It was inevitable that people would not dare to easily believe this. Since there were people who didn't believe it, there were naturally people who believed it. For example, the Bai clan's father and son and the Hua clan's people had come for the Saint-Tier cultivation method from the very beginning. Now that the cultivation method had appeared, they were naturally overjoyed. This is a Saint-Tier cultivation method. Hua Ting and Hua Yu stared at the ancient black scroll in front of the old man. Their breathing quickened. Not to mention the Hua clan, even in the entire Western region, it was impossible for any force to possess a Saint-Tier cultivation method. However, such a cultivation method had actually appeared before their eyes. If they could obtain it, then their clan would definitely undergo a qualitative change. They might even be able to create the 5th force in the Western region. Of course, the Hua clan and the Bai clan hadn't thought of that yet. Their only hope was to obtain the Saint-Tier cultivation technique first. Compared to any other item that had been auctioned off before this, the value of this Saint-grade cultivation method alone was enough to crush all the other items that had been auctioned off before this. Even the father and son of the Bai clan, who were originally calm, couldn't help but reveal a trace of excitement on their faces. One could imagine just how great of a surprise this Saint-grade cultivation technique brought to them. Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked down from the tall platform. His gaze immediately locked onto the black-colored scroll. Surprise involuntarily flashed across his eyes. A Saint-Tier cultivation method. How could a Saint-Tier cultivation method appear in a barren land like the Western region? Unlike the people from the other 2 clans, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with suspicion. Everyone in the mainland knew how precious a Saint-Tier cultivation method was. Who would be willing to auction it off if they could get their hands on it? Even if the cultivation method's attribute was different from one's own cultivation attribute, it could be left for the younger generation to use. In Xiao Yan's opinion, no one would be stupid enough to auction off a Saint-Tier cultivation method unless the person didn't care about a Saint-Tier cultivation method at all. But that was impossible. Even if the owner of this cultivation method had an even more profound cultivation method, no matter how powerful he he wouldn't easily auction off a saint-tier cultivation method. Xiao Yan would definitely not believe that there was nothing fishy going on. At this moment, the old man in the middle of the auction stage opened his mouth once again. Everyone, before the auction begins, this old man has one more thing to say. When the old man opened his mouth, the crowd immediately turned their gazes over. Now, every word this old man said was related to a saint-tier cultivation method. Naturally, no one dared to miss out on the old man's words. Even the people from the other two clans didn't dare to. When he saw the crowd's gazes, the old man slightly nodded his head. He slowly extended 2 fingers and pointed at the black scroll floating in midair. His fingers gently moved left and right twice. Immediately, the crowd saw the black scroll slowly unfurl under the old man's control. Everyone, this cultivation method is indeed a saint-tier cultivation method. Moreover, according to our auction house's research, this cultivation method is a middle saint-tier cultivation method. However, the one in our hands is merely a remnant. The old man solemnly opened his mouth. At the same time, the black scroll in front of him slowly unfurled. Immediately, what appeared in front of the crowd's eyes was an incomplete piece of the cultivation method. In the auction house, the crowd focused their gazes. Within the black scroll, there was still a piece of black parchment. Only when the scroll was completely unfurled did the crowd see a small piece of palm-sized bronze parchment. It was tightly attached to the black scroll and was preserved in a corner of the entire scroll. From this point of view, one could tell with a single glance that this scroll was indeed just a fragment. A remnant? When this scene appeared, it caused many people to be instantly stunned. The Hua clan and Bai clan members also revealed disappointed expressions on their faces. Regarding this saint-tier cultivation method, they only knew that it was a saint-tier cultivation method. What they didn't expect was that this cultivation method was actually a remnant. A mere remnant. Even if they obtained it, what use would it be? At the very most, it could only be displayed as a decoration. If they wanted to gain enlightenment from it, it would be even more difficult. When they thought of this, the originally excited Bai clan and Hua clan members immediately lost interest in this saint-tier cultivation method. Damn it, this spatial auction actually dares to deceive our Hua clan. What saint-tier cultivation method? It's simply a remnant. It's just a useless piece of trash. Huiyu tightly clenched his teeth. His eyebrows were deeply furrowed like a hemp rope. His eyes were filled with anger. Forget it. Forget it, it's not that they lied to us. The cultivation technique is indeed a sage-level cultivation technique. It's just that we didn't expect that it was just a fragment of a scroll. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. They thought that we would lose our sense of propriety because of the sage-level cultivation technique. We can't blame them for this. It's just a pity that we should have paid a price to get that monster core. At this very moment, Hua Ting's heart could not help but feel resentful. However, things had already developed to this point. Even if he was angry, it was useless. When he thought back to the monster core from before, his heart was filled with anger. In the end, they did not obtain anything. This trip to the spatial auction could be said to be returning empty-handed. This won't do. If we return empty-handed, the clan head will definitely be angry. Even if we can't obtain the complete saint-tier cultivation method, if we can bring this remnant back, it can barely be considered as completing our mission. Hua Ting thought in his heart. He lifted his gaze and looked at the elder on the auction stage below. He cupped his hands together and slowly said, "Senior, please make your bid." When these words came out, everyone present was surprised. It was only a remnant scroll. If they could not obtain the complete cultivation method, it would be useless even if they bought it. They did not expect the Hua clan to still want to auction it. Could it be that they were muddle-headed? The Bai clan's father and son frowned slightly. Since they already knew that it was a remnant scroll, they naturally lost interest. However, what surprised them was that the Hua clan was not willing to give up. However, after thinking about it, Buying understood. You want to take it back to complete your mission? Then you can have it. Buying secretly sneered in his heart. His gaze turned back to the scroll, and a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. It's a pity that it's only a remnant scroll. If it was complete, then in the future, on the auction stage, the elder was slightly surprised when he heard Hua Ting's words. He originally thought that no one would bid again. He did not expect Hua Ting to make a bid at this moment. The elder's eyes flickered. There were only two reasons why Hua Ting made a bid. First, he wanted to take it back to put on a show. Second, the Hua clan had something related to the Saint Tier cultivation method fragment on the scroll. Could it be? The elder narrowed his eyes. However, in an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he shook his head. Regardless of whether there were or not, this was not something he should be thinking about right now. He was the person in charge of the auction house. After so many years of auctioning, he had sold at least 8,000 if not 10,000 items. He only knew that his mission was to successfully sell the auction items in his hands. The old man took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. After which, he slowly lifted his head. A smile surfaced on his aged face as he faced Hua Ting and slowly said, "Brother Hua, I'm not going to let you go. Because this Saint Tier cultivation method is only a remnant scroll, its value has been greatly reduced. Therefore, our auction house has decided to set the starting price at 50 spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 10 spirit stones." When these words were spoken, many people's expressions changed. 50 spirit stones was only the price of a remnant scroll of a Saint Tier cultivation method. At the same time, 50 spirit stones was the highest price in the entire auction. Even though it was just a fragment, the price was already as high as 50 spirit stones. It was hard to imagine how valuable a complete saint-level technique would be. Of course, these people did not think too much about it. This was because they did not think that a true Saint Tier cultivation method could not be measured by price. This was because even the lowest level Saint Tier cultivation method could create countless powerful individuals. How could this be measured by spirit stones? Alright, 50 spirit stones. 50 spirit stones it is. Hua Ting's expression darkened. Even though he was unhappy, he still gritted his teeth and said it. On the other side, Bai Ying could not help but frown slightly when he saw this. The corners of his mouth curled into an indescribable smile. Just as he was about to speak, another voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the high platform. "I bid 60 spirit stones." Chapter 736. The instant the black-colored scroll was completely opened on the auction stage below, Xiao Yan's originally expressionless face on the high platform suddenly underwent a change. At the moment when the black-colored scroll in front of the old man was opened and the Xing-class Qi method fragment was exposed to the air, Xiao Yan clearly sensed that something that appeared inconspicuous, but was extremely important to Xiao Yan, within his storage ring, began to tremble slightly at this moment. It was the wisp of Xiao Xian's soul that was behaving strangely. Xiao Yan's heart was greatly shaken. His entire body and even his soul involuntarily trembled. The muscles all over his body suddenly tightened at this moment. Even his repeatedly beating heart paused as though it had been petrified. Xiao Yan's breathing paused. It was as though his life had stopped in an instant. Only that pair of pitch-black eyes gradually surged with astonishing excitement. Other than that, there was also shock. Xiao Xian, who had always been in a state of confusion between life and death, actually moved at this moment. This made Xiao Yan, who had always been looking forward to it, extremely excited. In an instant, emotions gushed out like a volcanic eruption. When Xiao Yan came back to his senses, his eyes had turned crimson red. Tears of excitement gathered in his eyes and almost gushed out. Ever since Xiao Yan began his journey, there had been many times when he was excited. However, there were very few times when he was truly moved from the bottom of his soul. He had cried for his father. He had cried for his teacher. However, there had never been a time when he was as excited as he was now. It was difficult to express such emotions with simple words. Xiao Xian. Ancestor. Xiao Yan had always held a respectful attitude towards Xiao Xian from the beginning. Whether it was the latter's strength or his great love for his family, Xiao Yan had always been extremely respectful towards him. It could be said that Xiao Xian was the most important person to Xiao Yan apart from a few others. In essence, Xiao Yan's current strength also included Xiao Xian's sacrifice. Brat, what has happened? The sudden change in Xiao Yan's emotions caused Gu Yu, who had been in a deep slumber, to be startled. Xiao Yan's emotions could directly affect him. However, Gu Yu was unaware of what had happened in Xiao Yan's storage ring. Ancestor Xiao Xian, he moved. What? Xiao Yan's heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement as he spoke. Gu Yu's attention suddenly shook after his words sounded. He was even more aware of Xiao Xian's situation than Xiao Yan. In Xiao Xian's current condition, it was impossible for him to act on his own. Unless there was something that was attracting him. In an instant, Gu Yu's mind spun rapidly, and he quickly thought of something. In the Yuanwu continent, there was likely only one thing that could cause Xiao Xian's soul. Could it be the Gue Yuan skill? Gu Yu's heart shook once again when he thought of this. His heart was filled with incomparable surprise. Xiao Yan, or rather Xiao Xian, was too lucky. The Gue Yuan skill was something that had long disappeared from the Yuanwu continent. For thousands of years, many people had tried to find the whereabouts of the Gue Yuan skill, but they had ended up empty-handed. Gu Yu did not expect Xiao Xian to coincidentally stumble upon it. Gu Yu only noticed Xiao Yan's current location after having thought this through in his heart. The auction hall, Gu Yu muttered in his heart. Soon after, his eyes were like sharp blades as they swiftly locked onto the black scroll in front of the old man in the middle of the auction hall. That is, Gu Yu once again fell into deep thought. At the same time, shock surged from the bottom of his heart. Brat, that Qi method, it is a Sheng class Qi method. Unfortunately, it is incomplete. Xiao Yan quickly opened his mouth to explain after Gu Yu's words sounded. Although he was a little doubtful about Gu Yu's question, Xiao Yan did not hide anything. There was no need for him to hide anything. Sheng class Qi method? Gu Yu's heart shook. At the same time, he became even more certain of his guess. Sheng class Qi method. Gue Yuan skill. Since it was a Sheng class Qi method that had appeared in the auction hall and caused Xiao Xian's soul to fluctuate, this incomplete Sheng class Qi method was definitely the Gue Yuan skill. Brat, you must obtain this incomplete Qi method. It is very likely that this is the reason for your ancestor's unusual reaction. Gu Yu's tone was extremely solemn as he warned Xiao Yan in his heart. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. From Gu Yu's words, it was not difficult to tell that this incomplete Sheng class Qi method was extremely important to him. Moreover, it seemed to be related to his ancestor, Xiao Xian. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised when he thought of this. He could not figure out how Xiao Xian was related to this incomplete Qi method. Just what exactly was this Qi method? In an instant, numerous doubtful questions continuously rose in Xiao Yan's heart like a small stream of flowing water. On the other hand, Hua Ting, who had already thought of a plan, announced his price. 50 spirit stones. Everyone, this mister is willing to bid 50 spiritual stones. Is there anyone who wishes to bid a higher price? The old man stood at the middle of the auction stage, where only a stone pillar remained. His bright eyes slowly swept over the entire place. His gaze paused on the Bai clan and Xiao Yan. From the way he thought about it, it was likely that only these two people had the ability to compete with Hua Ting. On the high platform, the corners of Bai Ying's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. Now that this Qi method was incomplete, it no longer had any value to him. However, since Hua Ting wanted to buy it, Bai Ying naturally could not let him have it so easily. However, just as Bai Ying was about to open his mouth, Xiao Yan on the auction stage suppressed the excitement in his heart. He raised his head and revealed half of his young face under the black robe. Both of his eyes were overflowing with brilliance as he stared at the black-colored scroll in the auction ground. His voice was clear and powerful as he opened his mouth and spoke. I bid 60 spiritual stones. His voice had just sounded when numerous sharp gazes shot toward Xiao Yan like arrows in the enormous auction ground. Soon after, a surprised expression once again surfaced on everyone's faces. It was unexpected that the person who had bid this time around would actually be this mysterious fellow. On the tall platform, Hua Ting involuntarily frowned when he heard these words. Astonishment swiftly flashed across his elderly face. He did not expect that this mysterious little brat would actually dare to snatch the item that his Hua clan had set their eyes on. Wasn't his courage a little too great? Chapter 737. Xiao Yan's figure stood tall and straight on the high platform in the huge auction ground. Countless number of people shot their gazes over. Surprise surfaced in their eyes. No one would have thought that this mysterious black-robed person would actually clash with the Hua clan after repeatedly provoking the Lin clan and Su Songming. This was really a case of a newborn calf not being afraid of a tiger. Did he not know that the Hua clan was one of the 4 great clans? This guy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think that he can do whatever he wants just because he's a rank 3 alchemist? Who is the Hua clan? It's one of the 4 strongest clans under the Sky Sword sect, and it's ranked 2nd. Daring to go against them is simply courting death. That's right. In the entire western region, other than the people from the 4 great sects, which faction can fight with them? He even dares to provoke the Hua clan. Is he not intentionally seeking death? I think that he is about to suffer a calamity. In an instant, numerous pitiful or disdainful words were emitted from the crowd. Just from those words, one could hear a cold laughter. Even though this was the case, some fear involuntarily surged into these people's eyes when they looked at Xiao Yan. No matter how one put it, Xiao Yan's strength was still displayed. Even Lin Zheong, who was an elite Do Di, was no match for him. In that case, how could they, who were mere Ban Di, be his opponents? These people were all existences that were like vultures. They were extremely lively and did not dare to touch anyone. Normally, they would act like ducks that were passing by. However, when they saw someone who was about to die, they would immediately reveal their true colors. They were greedy and timid. Occasionally, they would grumble a little. It was as though they were excited after snatching a piece of meat. They were even scarier than scum. Haha, what a group of cowards. If you have the ability, why don't you discuss it face to face? Why do you need to exchange words here and there? After all, you are just a group of small fries. You are destined to stay in this small western region for the rest of your lives. When someone laughed coldly in disdain, there would naturally be people who felt admiration. Everyone knew that the 4 great clans were extremely arrogant and despotic. Naturally, there was no lack of people who hated them. The strong man who spoke just now was such a person. We're just stating facts. The strength of the 4 great clans is tyrannical. In the entire western region, besides the 4 great sects, there's absolutely no other power that dares to rashly provoke them. Immediately, words that were filled with flattery swiftly spread across the tall platform. Among these people, there were naturally quite a number of people who hoped to be like the Lin family and be able to rely on the 4 great clans. In order to express their goodwill, every word that they spoke was naturally in favor of the 4 great clans. No one dares to challenge you? Truly a bunch of idiots. Have you all forgotten that not long ago, the 4 great clans were almost completely wiped out in the desolate ancient ruins? If it wasn't for their good luck, they would have already died in the desolate ancient ruins. Furthermore, the person who caused all of this was merely a 6-star half-martial emperor. Now, you all are saying that no one provoked him? What an enormous joke. Clamor. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant, this person's words were like an invisible storm that swept through the entire auction house. In the auction house, these words reverberated in the ears of everyone present. Even if some of the people present inadvertently thought about it, the information about that person was like a drum that reverberated in their minds in an instant. Xiao Yan, it's Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. In an instant, Xiao Yan's battle achievements swiftly swept across the auction ground. Everyone's mind involuntarily recalled that legendary person. Until now, there was not a single person present who had truly seen him. However, these people were already familiar with the latter's battle achievements. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could recite them backwards. He was currently the public enemy of the entire Western region. Everyone wished that they could immediately capture him when they saw him. However, until now, even the elite Do-di who had met him were unable to do anything to him. As for an ordinary bandit, they would not even be able to last a single exchange in his hands. They would not even be able to block a single punch from him. This was especially the case during the battle at Coldstream City back then. Xiao Yan had fought against 100 people by himself. He had relied on his own strength to fight against an entire city of people. These various things were deeply imprinted in the minds of these people. Even though they had never seen it with their own eyes, it was something that they would never forget. After the news regarding Xiao Yan spread throughout the auction ground, the expressions of some people in various parts of the auction ground involuntarily changed. A couple of suspicious gazes involuntarily landed on Xiao Yan, who was currently standing on the tall stage. At this moment, the old man on the auction stage was frowning as he looked at Xiao Yan through the light wall in front of him. Other than the suspicion in his old eyes, there was also a surprise hidden within them. According to what these people have said, could he be Xiao Yan? On the other side, Hua Ting and Hua Yuning revealed solemn expressions as they stared at the black-robed human figure in the auction ground. Their hands slowly tightened under their sleeves. If the person in front of them was really Xiao Yan, it was likely that they would not return empty-handed from this trip to Xian City. Hua Yuning's eyes stared intently at the black-robed human figure. A murderous intent gradually surged from deep within her eyes. Her younger brother had died because of this. Hua Yuning would definitely avenge her brother once this person landed in her hands. Young master, I know. Let's not act recklessly first. I have already sent out the news. It is likely that the clan has already received it. Our people should be arriving soon after the auction is over. Compared to before, Hua Yuning was much calmer when faced with this matter. Hua Ting nodded slightly. Regardless of whether this person was really Xiao Yan or not, they had to give it a try. If it wasn't, then so be it, but if it really was Xiao Yan, then they could not let him go no matter what. On the other side, the father and son from the Bai clan were staring at Xiao Yan with various expressions, especially Bai Ying. He had personally sensed the energy that Xiao Yan had emitted. Even a simple recollection of the trip to the desolate ancient remains would cause his heart to involuntarily tremble. That kind of power was simply too terrifying. It was also because of this that the gaze she used to look at Xiao Yan did not contain the slightest trace of enmity. Of course, this was perhaps because the two of them had a secret cooperative relationship. Beside Bai Ying, Bai Zhan immediately noticed the change in his father's expression. He did not need to think too much and immediately understood this. From the looks of it, the reason father revealed that kind of expression earlier was likely because he had sensed his qi. Xiao Yan, who exactly are you? Chapter 738. Xiao Yan was naturally able to sense the change in the atmosphere of the auction ground in front of the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Although most people held a surprised and disdainful attitude toward him, there was still a small group of people who began to doubt his identity. After all, the strength of this black-robed person who had appeared in front of them at this moment was coincidentally that of a bandit. Moreover, from the fact that he was able to defeat Lin Zheong, his fighting strength was clearly at the Do-di class. The most coincidental thing was that he was also a rank 3 alchemist. These 2 points coincided and he was also a young man. Those elite Do-di present were even certain that this black-robed person, who was still standing alone in the arena, was definitely Xiao Yan. There was no mistake about it. Damn it, this group of people who only know how to play tricks. They are really careless. It is unexpected that my identity has been exposed because of all of you. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly under the black robe. His heart involuntarily felt a sullenness. Just a moment ago, his enormous spiritual strength had clearly sensed an unusual energy ripple spreading from the position of the two people from the Hua clan. If he had guessed correctly, they were definitely reporting to their clan. It was likely that the people from the Hua clan would arrive as soon as the auction ended. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt even more solemn when he thought of this point. His originally tightly knit brows were tightly knit together at this moment. Xian City was originally the territory of both the Hua clan and the Bai clan. Exposing his identity here was no different from sending a lamb into a tiger's mouth. Once the experts from the two clans gathered here and formed an encirclement, Xiao Yan would not be able to escape even if he died. Xiao Yan did indeed have a cooperative relationship with the Bai clan. However, no one could guarantee that the Bai clan would not secretly act for Xiao Yan in this kind of situation. If they did, it would undoubtedly be a great help to Xiao Yan. If they did not, Xiao Yan would definitely become a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. Now, I can only hope that the people from the Hua clan will not arrive after the auction ends. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed in his heart. He could only quietly hope. After all, the spatial auction was not an ordinary place. How could Xiao Yan leave just because he wanted to? Other than anxiously waiting in this place, Xiao Yan had no other choice. On the other side, the father and son from the Bai clan were also quietly communicating. Father, have you sensed it? Yes, they have likely already recognized his identity and have already gathered the experts within the clan. Baiyin quietly nodded his head when he heard Bai Zhan's words. He was constantly paying attention to the little of the Hua clan's actions. His heart involuntarily tightened as he began to hesitate. Xiao Yan was an enemy to the four great sections. He was an existence that they could not easily let go of. The ancient heavenly tomb was far too important to the four great sections. They had to capture Xiao Yan no matter what. However, Xiao Yan was neither an enemy nor a friend to their Bai clan. However, he was an existence that they had to keep alive. This was because only with Xiao Yan's survival would they be able to divert the attention of the four great sections. This way, with Xiao Yan holding them back, it would naturally be much easier for the Bai clan to act. Xiao Yan was an important key to the rise of the Bai clan. No matter what, nothing could happen to him. At the very least, before the Bai clan had the ability to separate from the Heavenly Sword sect, Xiao Yan could not die. Father, now that the Hua clan has already made their move, should we also, wait a little longer? We have to wait a little longer. If we gather the clan members at this time, he will have no chance to escape if both of our forces arrive. We must give him a chance to escape. Let's send out a message before the auction ends. Yes, Father. Bai Zhan nodded and kept a jade slip in his hand under his sleeve into his storage ring. Father, what should we do if we run into him? Bai Zhan suddenly frowned after keeping the jade strip and turned his head to ask Baiyin. Bai Zhan was naturally worried that after the auction ended, even if the Hua clan members did not arrive, what would they do if they discovered Xiao Yan's identity? It was impossible for them to not attack Xiao Yan. If they did so, their Bai clan would be targeted by the Heavenly Sword sect. Once they lost the trust of the Heavenly Sword sect, they would be suspected of anything they did in the future, much less strengthen the Bai clan. However, if they were to attack, with 2 3-star Do Di and Hui Yuning, whose strength had already reached the initial 2-star Do Di level, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty dealing with the three of them. If something were to happen to Xiao Yan, it would be troublesome. Let's wait and see when the time comes. In short, we will try our best to hold back. Whether he can leave or not will depend on him. Baiyin frowned slightly. How could he have imagined that Xiao Yan would actually dare to come to the territory of their 4 great clans with such great fanfare? Now, he was actually sitting in the same auction ground as them. This was really shocking. The auction continued. However, the atmosphere in the place gradually changed without anyone noticing. This mister has bid 60 spirit stones. May I know if there is anyone present who is willing to bid a higher price? The old man's eyes slowly swept over the entire place from the auction stage. His sharp eyes paused on a couple of spots in the auction ground. This was especially the case when they swept past Xiao Yan. The old man's eyes flickered. Immediately, he withdrew his gaze and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Regardless of what happened, no one could stop the auction from continuing as usual. The old me will bid 70 spirit stones. Hua Ting once again spoke from the tall stage. Since he had decided to keep Xiao Yan here, he would naturally try his best to delay time before the experts from the Hua clan arrived. Delaying the auction was undoubtedly the best and most effective method. 80 spirit stones. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knit together. While his heart felt increasingly solemn, he did not dare to hesitate. He was clearly aware of the latter's intentions. If he were to hesitate at this moment, would he not be taking the initiative to push himself into the fire pit? 90 spirit stones. Xiao Yan did not dare to hesitate. On the other hand, Hua Ting had a leisurely look on his face. Ever since he had confirmed Xiao Yan's identity, he no longer planned to compete for the auction of this remnant scroll. After all, as long as he could capture Xiao Yan and bring him back to the Hua clan, even if this remnant scroll ended up in his hands now, it would only be a temporary safekeeping. In any case, it would return to the Hua clan sooner or later. Naturally, it did not matter where it was now. Time passed bit by bit. The price of the auction had increased from the initial 50 spirit stones to 180 spirit stones. Moreover, the time that had passed was actually 1 hour. Hua Ting was intentionally stalling for time. Almost everyone present could see this. However, there were very few people who knew the truth. A strange atmosphere pervaded the huge auction house. Everyone's eyes were suspiciously looking at the two people who were increasing the bid. No one knew what exactly was going on. The old me will bid 190 spirit stones. 200 spirit stones. The auction ground was silent for a long time. Finally, everyone heard Hua Ting's leisurely bid. The instant Hua Ting's words sounded, Xiao Yan's bid was immediately heard from the auction ground. Hua Ting was helpless. According to Gu Yu, this Saint-class Qi method remnant scroll was extremely useful to Xiao Yan. Hence, no matter what, Xiao Yan had to obtain this Qi method remnant scroll today. Otherwise, he would have allowed Hua Ting to take it away and would not have delayed until now. Even the old man on the auction stage could not help but frown when he saw this scene. However, he felt somewhat helpless in his heart. Hua Ting had an extremely accurate grasp of time. Every time he would bid within a limited time. He would neither exceed the time limit. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was different. In order to end this battle as soon as possible, he would always hurriedly raise the price the moment Hua Ting bid. It was as if Hua Ting had unlimited time, while he only had 1 or 2 seconds. As Xiao Yan opened his mouth once again, his loud voice reverberated throughout the auction ground. Everyone present was already intimidated by this strange aura. They held their breaths and carefully waited for the outcome of the two people. On the auction stage below, the old man's expression was a little gloomy. He did not expect Hua Ting to take advantage of their spatial auction ground. Unfortunately, Hua Ting had a legitimate reason for doing so. Even the old man could not do anything about it. A pair of old eyes gloomily swept across Hua Ting's body. At the same time, a cold glint inadvertently flashed across the old man's eyes. Xiao Yan's body stood upright on the high stage. He had already been standing there for a full hour. Even though his body was not tired, his heart was enduring an enormous amount of pressure. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, the silence in the auction ground continued and broke through the agreed time period. Hua Ting did not speak again. At this moment, everyone in the auction ground slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Soft cries rang out clearly in the auction ground at this moment. Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly at this moment. He suddenly raised his head and his gaze instantly fell on the black scroll in front of the old man on the auction stage. A complicated expression flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Today, for the sake of this cultivation technique, he was afraid that he would have to leave his life here. Phew, but fortunately, this cultivation method had finally fallen into his hands. Congratulations to this mister for successfully auctioning off this year's final auction item. At the same time, the old man on the auction stage finally heaved a long sigh of relief. This annoying auction was finally over. Due to the uniqueness of the auction item, the exchange this time was different from the previous ones. Xiao Yan descended from the high stage and was allowed to enter the light wall by the old man. A huge curtain suddenly fell from the sky and covered the entire auction stage. Due to the uniqueness of the curtain, the people on the auction stage were unable to clearly see the contents of the curtain. This was the rule of previous auctions. Some of the people present were very clear about this. Hence, they did not have any other thoughts. On the other hand, the members of the Hua clan did not wish for Xiao Yan to disappear from their sight before they caught him. Even though it was only a short period of time, a sense of unease still rose in their hearts.